Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series, bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country, visiting some of the greatest tracks in North America and featuring production and GT cars, prototypes, and formula cars. We're packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action, racing action, into every event. And this weekend, it is the home of kudzu and red clay. And taking only 6 months to excavate, grade, and pave back in 1970, our home for the weekend combines the three F's: flow, fear, and a little bit of faith, challenging drivers over its entire 2.5 miles. Thank you, everybody, for joining me at day number 2. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with my partner, Brian Bielanski, and our action brought to you this weekend by DriversEye Live. Good morning, good very early morning to you, Mr. Bielanski. How are you doing today?
Morning.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a little early, of course, and I know it's a little it feels very early for everybody. It feels especially early for Brian because, well, he's out on the West Coast, so it's technically about 4 a.m. for him right now.
It's all good. It's race day. I cannot think of a place I'd rather be other than my bed, which is 25 feet behind me. No, it's
Okay.
if you got to get up
Uh,
early, this is a good reason to do it.
All right, Brian, real quick, as we're going to have our cars leaving the grid here, let's quickly show our viewers a quick outline, a quick flyover of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, 2.54 miles, 12 turns. It is everything that you could hope for in a classic racetrack, an iconic racetrack here in North America. It's got sweeping turns, it's got blind corners, it's got blind exits, it's got threshold braking zones. It is everything you could hope for, Brian, and with concrete walls to your left and to your right, sometimes no more than about 5 feet off of the pavement. It's everything as a driver you don't want also. Let's see here, Brian. His cars are now leaving the grid for the start of their race. Going to let everybody know here quickly, schedule-wise, today is feature race day. 35 minutes or 19-lap races for 7 different race groups. And we are going to hold our first 2 races this morning before taking an extended quiet hours time here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, as always is done on Sundays. Going to be breaking for lunch at about, well, early 10 a.m. For those of you on on the West Coast, 7 a.m. Go back to sleep for a couple hours, and then we'll bring you the rest, our remaining 5 races, starting right around noon. All right, here's the starting order for SMX, Brian. Starting on the pole today with a qualifying time of 1:38.663, it is Camden Gruber from Winchester, Virginia. Starting to his left will be Matthew Novak driving the number 11 car. He's from Bartlett, Illinois. Marcelo Paniccia from Aurora, Ontario, Canada will start third today in the number 10 car with Cam Evans starting fourth. He's from Appleton, Wisconsin. He drives the 55. Starting on row number 3 in 5th position, Logan Stretch out of Arlington, Texas, in the number 98 Wheels America machine with Ethan Jacobs in the 199 car. He was your winner yesterday, but today he starts 6th. Starting 7th, driving the number 27 car from London, not London, Ontario, but from London, England, it's Luke Pullen, and we got a big fan club for Luke here in the chat today. Ayrton Grimm starting 8th in the number 21 cars from Hilliard, Ohio. Camden Hibbett starting 9th today. He's in the number 32 cars from Galena, Ohio, with Skylar Cottrell from Atlanta, Georgia, starting 10th. He's driving the number 9 car. Mateo Naranjo from Edwards, Illinois, drives the number 1 car and starts 11th. Starting 12th, Cooper Hicks from Simi Valley, California, is in the 86 car. And starting lucky 13 today, driving the 195 machine from Boca Raton, Florida, it's Rocco Pascarella. Starting on the outside of road number 7 in 14th position, it's Will Robinson. He's driving the number 6 car. He's from Wilson, Wyoming. Glenwood, Maryland's Aiden Coleman will start 15th today in the number 60 car with Wes Duchek driving the number 40 machine. He starts 16th. Mitchell Lowry is driving the number 2 car. He's from Springfield, Ohio, and starting 18th in the number 3 car, Chase McIntyre from Akron, Ohio. Then we've got Michael Tinnis, former SMX race winner, looking for a little bit better luck today. He's in the number 26 machine. He's from East Meadow, New York. And Vaughn Mishko, driving the number 99 car. He's from Sylvan Lake, Michigan. He starts 20th. Starting 21st is Joey Andrews in the number 111 car from Glendale, California, with Will Lucas from Dahlonega, Georgia, starting 22nd. He is driving the number 134 car. And then starting 23rd in the number 12 machine, it's Vinny Miskelis from Dallas, Texas, and Jason Fichter drives the number 7 machine. He starts 24th. And Brian, we've got time to go through the rest of the grid here because I was told that I think the first 2 race groups are actually going to get 2 pace laps. I think they expected a little more wet weather than we got last night.
Sure.
It's actually quite dry here, so they're going to take another circuit of the 2.54 mile circuit. So let's continue on. We've got a few more drivers to run down. Starting 25th today, driving the number 23 car from Salon, Ohio, it's Harbier Das with Ricardo Arruda. Starting 26th, Ricardo's from Westlake Village, California. He's driving the 16 car. Javier Sanchez starts 27th today. He's driving the number 79 car. He's from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Emmy Kissick, one of our MX5 Challenge scholarship winners, or MX5 Spec MX5 scholarship winners, pardon me, starting 28th today. She is driving the number 13 machine from Olympia, Washington. Charlotte Trainer driving the number 29 car. Charlotte's from Fountain Hills, Arizona. Is starting 29th. And then Jim Eben starting 30th today. Jim is driving the number 56 Mazda. He's from Appleton, Wisconsin, and he's going to start tailing Charlie on the field, 30th.
All right. Well, that is a pretty stout group of people. We're into our 2nd full season here with this as a national class, and we're starting to see, the similar names up front on these race weekends, and the Camden Grubers, the Marcello Paniccias, the Cam Evans, the Logan Stretches. We kind of now know who the usual suspects are, and they have all showed up this weekend here at Road Atlanta. Yesterday, great race. Hoping to have the same type of outcome today. Who knows who's going to win the thing, but the action's always pretty amazing here in this freshly minted national class here for the Sports Car Club of America. It is going to be a good day. As you can see on the racetrack, there's some wetness there, which will make things quite interesting. But this track tends to dry out pretty quickly,
Very
Greg.
quickly.
Once it is dry, so we do have some weather in the forecast for later in the day. We'll hopefully can get things in between the raindrops, but this morning we'll dry it up, and then we'll have our break before for church hours, as we like to call them down there. And we'll get some breakfast, go back to bed, grab another pot of coffee, and be ready for 5 great races this afternoon as well.
Yeah. Indeed, Brian. And we saw there just a little while ago, we've got onboard video from Ethan Jacobs. He was yesterday's race winner, and given that he is starting a little bit further back in the field, starting in 6th, should be pretty neat to watch. To give you a quick rundown here on how yesterday's sprint race concluded, Ethan Jacobs took the win over Logan Stretch, who finished 2nd. Marcelo Paniccia finished in 3rd. Camden Gruber 4th. Camden Hibbett finished 5th, with Luke Pullen, Cam Eben 6th and 7th. Wes Duchak, Mateo Naranjo, and Mitchell Lowry rounding out the top 10.
All right, here they come with the lights out on the Corvette Iscar, up over the top of the hill, under the bridge at 11. Then they'll come down the hill, try to ignore the big cement wall on the left side, and look for the green flag ahead. And there is a bird coming through our camera this morning, and everyone hard on the gas down towards turn 1 for the first time. Green flag is in the air. We are now 3 wide and 4 wide, heading towards turn 1. Let's see how dicey this is, Greg.
All right, Brian, as they head up the hill, they were still 2x2 right at the front of the field, but jumping out there and maintaining that position right at the front. Camden Gruber in the blue and green number 24 Mazda. Marcelo Paniccia, he is in that red, white with red striped number 10 machine. Matt Novak in the black number 11 sitting in 3rd. And then you've got the Wheels America car, the red, white, and blue number 98 of Logan Stretch, directly behind the 55 of Cam Eben. He's in that yellow and white 55. So pretty much staying as they were gridded up. No big changes there, no big jumps right at the front of the field, as I think over this longer format race, again, 19 laps or 35 minutes, whichever comes first. You can see it there right at the top of our ticker. I think at this point, these racers, they're going to try to, even more so than that 25-minute sprint race yesterday, at least at the front of the field, try to separate themselves out. The other thing to remember, Brian, is that this is the 4th session on these same set of tires for all of these drivers. So they've got to take that take management into consideration of that rubber and make sure that they've got grip at the end of this race, not just at the beginning.
Very, very true, and quite similar to form of yesterday. Camden Gruber takes the early lead here, and we will watch to see how this thing plays out. But as the day went on yesterday, he cycled back to the field before getting back up to 4th at the end of the day. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, indeed. Gruber, also Novak, a couple of drivers had issues yesterday, specifically at turn 5. Which again is a very challenging corner. You come through the compression at the bottom of the downhill S's, which our racers are just about to enter now, and then rise back up into a blind corner. It is very possible there to get the car out of sorts if you turn in a little early as they come through here. And now into turn number 5. And up this hill, again, blind entry, and we see a lot of drivers, they'll push a little bit wide here, right up towards the wall, and you may see a couple drop into that gravel trap right there. And towards the end of the race, as the drivers were getting maybe a little bit more frantic and saw time running out, they just became a little less, how do I put this, precise.
Yes, yes.
A little less precise.
Well, the one thing everyone has to be careful with, especially at turn 5 this morning, is those painted areas, that blue and yellow rumble strips. Wherever that blue and yellow paint is, when it gets a little damp, and it is damp this morning, that can get to be really slippery. So until they are kind of feel that little section out to see what the grippage is, they may have some issues there. But here they come now, down towards turn 10 and through 10A and 10B, Gruber, Paniccia, and then right behind him is Matthew Novak. So Things looking really good now for these drivers as they start to stretch it out with 18 laps to go here side by side for looks like 6th place right there.
And interesting, Brian, I got as you were mentioning, the blue and yellow curbing at the exit of turn number 5, and there's a lot of curbing here, obviously, to worry about at the exit of 1. Also, right at the apex of turn 12, the final corner, as you drop down that hill. One of our spies, who happens to be a corner worker over at turn 5, said it was real interesting to see who was intentionally testing the grip on the exit curbing during the 2 pace laps.
Right.
And
Good
said
idea.
that, yeah. And actually said, it looks a little bit slippery out there, but not horrible. And, a lot of it depends on when you turn in for that corner. You can see on the exit, you should have the wheel all straightened out, and it shouldn't be that much of an issue for you. But if you lean on it, yeah, certainly it could become problematic for you. That last time by, Matt Novak, who's sitting 3rd, was marginally faster than Camden Gruber and Marcello Panizia directly ahead. But, as you can see there, about a half a car length separating each one of those lead cars. So not really that far to go unless they make up a tiny little smidge here at the end of this very long straightaway as we go on board now with Ethan Jacobs, who's sitting in 8th position currently. Again, our winner yesterday started today's race in 6th position, so he's given up a couple of spots now as he's got Skylar Cottrell and Cam Eben directly ahead.
Up over the hill, under the bridge, now down turn 12, and that is a great camera angle there as they come through. This is a really great section of the racetrack, especially if your car is handling well. It's a lot of fun. It's also kind of scary because you're staring right at a cement wall when you come around that corner there. Here they come up the hill from 1, and Camden, Gruber, Panizia, Novak, Stretch, and Pullen. Luke Pullen, lots of fans in the chat. He's here from England racing this weekend, and it has been fun to watch all his fans chiming in side by side through turn 3, heading now down towards turn 4.
Yeah, and that is one of the Flat Out Motorsports machines there side by side with another driver heading down the hill. And you can see there the effect of it, Brian, is that actually they end up dropping back a little bit from the back of the pack. And I was going to noticed a little bit further back in the field, Will Lucas in the number 134 machine out of Dahlonega, Georgia. I always say, help me, Will Robinson. Well, when he came down the hill through turn 12, the rear end of his MX-5 Challenge car, Spec MX-5 car, very, very jittery as the rear end was moving around from the left to the right, and it looked like he was having to dial in quite a bit of correction to keep the rear end from stepping out on him. So something for us to still watch. The track looks, again, somewhat dry coming down that very steep hill, but there are a couple little spots that apparently are causing some problems for those Spec Toyota tires.
Yeah, with the extra length of the race today, a little less raciness up front. There's some stuff going on in the back, maybe 15 to 20th a little bit, but the group of 8 or 10 cars right off the front here, and even this group of probably 6 or 8 through about 15, all pretty much staying single file, just trying to get their laps in, not doing a whole lot of craziness at the moment. But rest assured, when we get down to 5 laps to go, this is going to be a shootout, especially if this pack gets bunched up with any kind of a full course yellow that we sometimes get with these close pack races. We'll see what happens here.
Well, and that was something that we saw yesterday, Brian, and even in the shortened 25-minute race that we did, due to having 2 different incidents at different ends of the track simultaneously, end up going to a full course caution, and it ended up packing the field back up.
Right.
And so even though, right now we've got Gruber, Panizia, and Novak starting to move away, and actually not that much. It looks like now the stretch car, the 98 machine, along with Luke Pullen, have started to close things back up. It only takes a few moments to change a 3 or a 5 car battle for the lead back to like a 12 car battle for the lead here. As we look a little bit further back in the field, again, still we've got a lot of drivers taking advantage here. There's still some drivers that have some issues getting out of turn 7, probably the most important corner here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, because it leads onto this incredibly long back straightaway, and you can turn in. If you turn in early, it's a blind exit. And if you turn in early or if you pop over the curbing at the apex there, it gets very hard to put the power down, and it can really hurt you. You can certainly end up losing a position even before you get to the braking zone of turn 10.
I got to tell you, Greg, with the time change, a little after 8:20 this morning, the sun starts to peek up over. Oh, there's a pass for the lead. Panicia takes over the point. Also coming through is Novak, and then Camden Gruber drops it back to third here. Looks like he had a little issue at the apex of one, and that let the other two cars slide right through there. But as I was saying before the action happened, sun starts to peek up over the trees here. There's some gorgeous pictures this morning. The morning golden hour at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And interestingly, as we talked about Camden Gruber having some issues turning in for turn number 1, is the sun, as it starts to rise, will start to make its way from driver's left down past turn number 1, up and above turn 1, and so a little bit later in this race, and I would suspect probably in our second race this morning, turn 1 becomes very difficult to sight because you do have the sun directly in your eyes as it's just now starting to rise over the trees.
Matthew Novak now trying to take a move for the lead and makes the lead change. Now it's Matthew Novak, and now Panicia tries to answer back going into 10 and takes the lead back. So 3 lead changes on this lap alone, and now everybody behind is getting raised. Logan Stretch looking like he's trying to get underneath Camden Gruber here, going into 12, but not able to make that stick at this point in time. So remember I said they were going to get racy with 5 to go, Greg?
Yeah. Well, and Brian, you just saw there Skylar Cottrell and Luke Pullen side by side coming down into 10A and 10B, then also all the way underneath the bridge through turn 12 and going into turn 1 as well, as we've got Panicia and Novak once again side by side, and Novak retakes the lead now. And so what we're starting to see there is we've got a driver that's just gone around, and that is that's the
6 car?
Yeah, I think that might be the Cottrell car.
I think
Let's
that
take
is
a
the
look.
9 car.
Yeah, indeed. And so I think that Skylar Cottrell just went around there up at the top of the hill, gets the car back underway. Good thing he was able to get it spun around. Again, another blind exit that nobody other than having the flags there to guide them wouldn't have known that that car had gone around. You know, but again, Brian, as we see now, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 car train at the front now, and again split up because of that one car that spun around. Right now joining that pack, that's Ethan Jacobs in the green number 199 machine right at the tail end, as he is currently now running in 7th, and then a big gap back to I think to Rocco Pasquarella. Actually, that might have been the Pasquarella car that went around. The 195 car got Camden Hibbett, Ayrton Grimm there as well.
Panicia going for a chance to go for the lead one more time, right with the nose out front of Novak. As they come down the hill, it's now Panicia, Novak, Gruber. Right behind him is that Wheels America car of Logan Stretch.
And Brian, Panicia actually dropped the wheel driver's left as he came out of turn 12 onto the front straight. And with that little bit of a wiggle, that allowed Novak to move just a bit to the inside, get inside position into turn 1. He now retakes the lead. And he was able to do that with, I think Panicia realized what was happening there. In order to keep the momentum up, chose not to fight it that time through, let Novak slide through, and it really took away Camden Gruber's opportunity to push back towards the front as well.
Well, that's true, and also it's better to end up in 2nd than all the way at the back of that line in 6th or 7th. So sometimes you have to make a smart decision, and that looks like exactly what he did there. So now you've got Novak, Panicia, Gruber, and Stretch. That's your top 4. Behind him, Pullen, Eben, Ethan Jacobs, Roscoe Pasquarella, Camden Hibbett, Ayrton Grimm. Your top 10 right now here at Road Atlanta. Everyone seems to be figuring out the curbs at this point. They know what the grip is now. 12 to go here.
And Brian, if we could, I'd like to take a quick look here in the field. It's a little bit further back. We're watching him come underneath that Motul Bridge right now. This is back, I think, 13th, 14th, or 12th, 13th, 14th. Cooper Hicks Michael Tinnis, Mitchell Lowry as well, as they started to close things up. Now almost
Four
three,
wide.
look at this, 4 wide coming down into 10A.
Well, let's see how this works. 4 wide doesn't tend to work anywhere, but they made it happen there. And then there's a couple of 3 wide action right behind them. What a great little pack of racing. This is deep in the field. This must be for 20th or so.
Yeah, I think, I'm fairly certain the TKG car of Matteo Naranjo is in that group. Again, we're looking at, actually, I don't think it's that far back. I think we're looking at like 11th, 12th, 13th there. So, you know, we'll call it mid-pack right now. Should mention Michael Tinnis. We talked about he's a former race winner here. He started today 19th on the field. Just turned his fastest lap. He's now up to 13th and making a move up. He's got Cooper Hicks directly ahead of him. But as I was talking to Michael, he's a little upset. I was talking to him last night at dinner, and say he's a little upset with the pace of the car. They're going to take a big look at it before the Virginia International Raceway round. He didn't intend on going to our next rounds over at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah.
But so far, you know, a lot of it is, and Michael's a longtime racer. I raced against him in the in like 2011, 2012 range when he was in high school, and he's almost one of the elder statesmen in this field. And you know, and he's got a good head on him for, again, strategizing and being able to take advantage of drivers and picking out where drivers had of issues. So we'll probably see him again slowly move his way back up through the field here.
On board now with Ethan Jacobs, and you could see that black car out front there. That is Matthew Novak, probably the biggest lead anybody has had this morning so far. We're looking at 5-6 car lengths. The second place car, Camden Gruber, just trying to hang on, hoping for a little push from Panicia to get him back to the back bumper of that Novak car. But he has broken away just a little bit here as they start going down towards the S's.
And we got a car, Brian, off driver's left that we just saw Ethan Jacobs drive by. He was on the motorcycle pass through there. May have just overbraked. Let's take a look as we now have Camden Gruber up in the second position. And actually, that's where he was. And another car off at turn 5 and around.
Oh, that is such a great piece of lucky braking, or maybe not so lucky braking, able to, and now there's a piece of debris in the middle of the racetrack there, so that car hit something, I'm guessing. Well, that's where that debris came from, but got a waving yellow there at 5. We'll see if that car can get moving again.
Yeah, and Brian, that is the 13 machine that is off, and I believe that is Emmy Kissick, who was running 28th. In the field. I'll try and get that verified, but I'm fairly certain that's the car.
Got a potential pass for third place now. That's Logan Stretch trying to move into that position. He's able to take over third place from Camden Gruber. So now you've got the front 4 is Novak, Stretch, Gruber, Novak, Panicia, Logan Stretch, and then Camden Gruber as they come across the line here with 9 laps to go. We'll see if either of these cars have gotten moved at this point in time as we come up over the hill. Look at the lead that Matthew Novak has. It's now stretched out to about 10 car lengths, Greg.
Yeah, very, very large there. And I think, again, a lot of it had to do with that one car that was sitting at the top of the hill the last time they rounded the circuit there at turn number 3. And so Novak certainly with a large lead. But I would suspect here, and we can see even coming down through the S's, Panicia and now Stretch, who's moved into third, Gruber behind him. They're starting to push forward now.
Well, and the good news is that Emmy Kissick car has gotten going again, that was the one that was really in the dangerous spot. The other car that's in that little cutout by the top of the S's probably can be left there, but that one car, they would have had to stop the race had that car not going, but they are able to keep this under green as we're at 9 laps to go, Greg. We're at the halfway point. Let's do our call to grid and take our break here, and we'll come back and get you all the way to the finish line.
Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. Race group number 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX. Please head to the grid. All right, let's do this. Brian, as you mentioned, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's a 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Might in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Back here at Road Atlanta, if you were watching just about 30 seconds ago, you saw our second place car, Marcello Paniccia, go way wide at turn 5, but never even lifted, and it was able to keep his second place position. Right behind him is Logan Stretch and Camden Gruber, but they're all chasing down Matthew Novak, who right now has an almost 2-second lead over the rest of the field. Greg, 2 seconds in this class is like an eternity.
It is, but Paniccia might be a little bit faster now, Brian, because he shed about 3 pounds of paint off the front of his car. The front of that bumper cap, just you can actually see the little black mark in the front of it where the white paint just went flying as he bounded through the gravel trap over there. Yeah, so that lead now about 1.5 seconds. Although that second group now, Paniccia, Stretch, and Gruber, as long as they can keep the car on the pavement coming through turn 5, which again, as these drivers start to get amped up and they start to push a little bit harder, this is the one trouble spot right here at turn 5. They may and should be able to, by using the draft, push back up to the Novak car. Still a lot of time left to go. 6 laps, 12.5 minutes remain here. So, as long as they don't start fighting each other, I think Novak's still got something to worry about. And again, Novak also has to make sure that he's got tires to last to the end of the race.
Yes, as you said earlier, these cars now on their, fourth or fifth session of the weekend. They have to use the same tires from the start of the weekend all the way through the final race, unless, of course, they have a cut tire or something like that, and they have to go get a permission to change the tires and everything. But they start at on Friday on qualifying, and they have to keep that set of tires for the whole weekend. And by the end of this long race, tire management becomes a thing. And look at Novak. It looks like it's even a little wider now as they come through 10 this time by. Up over the hill, down the hill now from 11, and hit that apex there, track out towards the wall, and it is, I don't remember that. Those tires must have been there a long time ago, but there's a lot of tires down between the wall.
They've been there for a number of years, Brian.
You just don't, all I see is the wall when I'm coming down there. I don't really see the tires. So anyway, here they come over the hill at 3, now down towards turn 4. Start on the top of the S's, 5 laps to go here. And if they're going to catch Novak, Greg, they better get to it, because this is not going to be easy the deeper they get into this last couple laps.
And Brian, we were just watching coming over turn 3, probably coming up to 5 now. Here's, they just left the shot, and I think it was the Eben car in 8th position that, actually, pardon me, no, one right behind. It's this car right here coming through. Went over the apex curbing at turn 3, which is a kind of a concrete pad, and it's a little trick at Road Atlanta. Put 2 wheels on there, but if you take too much of it, it'll launch the whole right side of the car into the air, and sometimes the entire car into the air. And that car had about, I'd say, about 35 degrees of slip angle, and somehow managed to stick the landing when it came down, and you'll use the curbing on driver's right to do it. Let's jump back over to Ethan Jacobs, though. I'll just shut up for a while here as they come underneath the bridge and come down the hill to complete lap number 15.
Yeah, that's Ethan Jacobs right there coming down now towards turn 1. This is, and you can see right on his dashboard, that green light, that is a new flag, well, not new, that is the Flagtronics unit. What's new this week is that every car has to have it, and it is an assistance device for the drivers to be able to see the flag conditions. Right now, obviously, it's green because we are green, but look at him all over the black back bumper of that car.
Exactly, and that, Brian, that's the that apex curbing I was telling you at 3. It will launch the car, and you actually have to use the curbing driver's left to keep the car from going and joining our disabled car over there on the runoff area. And it is probably the one place on this track where, if you've watched Ethan Jacobs' hands, there's just an economy of hand movement on that steering wheel. Very, very smooth racing, except for there. But at turn 3, that is where you'll see the hands just going every which way, trying to keep the car on track.
That's right, every which way and loose in this particular situation. And right now, the 3 cars in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, Panicia, Stretch, and Gruber, they need to come together. And because if they don't, they need the draft to catch. Wow, now look at the lead. It was 1.6 seconds at the last time by. And if they don't work together, if they don't get a draft, they will absolutely not catch Matthew.
Well, Brian, this is a quick way to catch up and make up positions. If you just skip 10A and 10B and go bounding through the gravel trap, the TKG car, I think that was that Rocco Pasquarello? Let me double check here.
Yeah. Looking to see who comes through. No, it wasn't Rocco Pasquarello. That might have been Ethan Jacobs.
Jacobs is in the green car. Yeah, we'll get the number here in a moment. Yeah, okay. I think it was Pasquarello that.
Wow.
That went bounding through the gravel.
Well, and when he came back on, it looked like he was heading right at the wall before turn 11. So how he collected that and didn't get into the wall there is pretty remarkable. 3 laps to go here, and it is important for those 3 cars to get together if they want to get to the front. Last time by, 1.8 seconds was the lead for Matthew Novak. Every lap, he's picking up a tenth or so, and making it just more and more difficult for those cars in second, third, and fourth to be able to catch up. Matthew Novak doing exactly what he needs to do, and honestly, second, third, and fourth place not doing what they need to do to get caught back up. They may have just given up the ghost and decided we're actually racing for the second spot on the podium at this point.
Yeah, indeed. Here is, we've seen Camden Gruber where he has been dropping back and just hasn't been able to keep pace. We thought perhaps at one point he'd be able to work with Paniccia to push forward. Logan Stretch, as you can see now, has fallen off the back of Paniccia as well. And so it's been very difficult for Paniccia and everybody behind to push up to Novak. And now, Brian, the lead is up to 2.5 seconds between Matthew Novak, Paniccia, Stretch, and Gruber. And in that next pack, that is Luke Pullen, currently working in 5th position with Ethan Jacobs in that green 199, our camera car, and Rocco Pasquarella, the 195 machine, Cam Eben, Camden Hibbett, Michael Tinnis now working up in the 10th.
2 laps to go, barring any issues. The race now for the rest of the podium. Matthew Novak is essentially checked out at this point in time. There it is, the race for second and third. Paniccia in second, Stretch in third, and Camden Gruber still in the discussion.
Brian, real quick, and Jordan, if we can for just a moment, I wanted to pop back a little bit. They're going to be coming down, I think, into turn, probably down the S's through into turn 5 right now. This is the battle for, of all things, 16th position. We've got Jason Fichter, Aiden Coleman, Mitch Lowry, Wes Duchek. They all went through turn 4 or turn 1 side by side. And we can see here they are working to pick up every last position here, even from the middle of the pack with 2 laps to go. I just wanted to make sure that we saw that because they've been just absolutely ruthless on track for the last 3 laps.
Absolutely, racing all the way through the field, 2x2 packs. Here's a little pack of 4, and then those 2 cars right behind them are the ones that Greg was just talking about here. Coming down the hill, now side by side for second place. Logan Stretch gets the pass done. Paniccia moves to third as they come towards the next lap. Now Paniccia is going to try to answer back going into 1, and he is not able to get it done right there, but there's still some time. We've got about 10 corners to go here to decide who's going to be on the podium.
Yeah, Brian, and it is very clear now, at least to Paniccia, to Gruber, and to Logan Stretch, that it is a battle for second. It is not a fight for the win here, and I think we're going to start to see, well, we should see the gloves come out, likely going down into turn 10A there at the end of the backstretch, but Paniccia, who carries a lot more speed through turn number 5 than Logan Stretch, retakes second position. I don't know if I'd want to be there in second coming down at the end of the straightaway, but it was handed to him more or less on a silver platter by Logan Stretch.
I think he had to keep the momentum going, and Stretch went a little bit wide, but you're right. I would rather be Logan Stretch right now. Look at him already popping out as they come up over the hill side by side now as they come down towards turn 10. And Camden Gruber is also in a great position. He's trying to decide who he wants to push, and if he can push the right person, he'll end up 3rd place on the podium. Right now, he's decided to push Logan Stretch as they come into 10A here.
Yeah, Brian, and we saw where Paniccia tried to push Stretch all the way to the white line at the very edge of the track and could not hold him off there all the way through. So as Novak now, Brian, comes to the line, taking the win here for the feature race, finishing in second will be Logan Stretch as he holds off Camden Gruber, who will take 3rd. Paniccia will fall back to 4th.
Great bit of clean racing for 2nd place and 3rd place here as they came to the line. Absolutely no issues for any of those cars, and Logan Stretch takes the lead. Here is a battle for, I think, maybe 10th or 11th here as they come up over the hill, also doing kind of the same side-by-side action, coming down towards turn 12 here, and to take the checkered flag for this group. So your top 10 here after this finish: Matthew Novak takes the win, Logan Stretch 2nd, Camden Gruber 3rd. There's your podium, followed by Marcello Paniccia, Rocco Pasquarella, Ethan Jacobs, Luke Pullen, Cam Eben, Camden Hibbett, and Michael Tinnis. That is your top 10.
Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and GTX racers, please head to the grid. Race group number 2, GT1, GT2, American Sedan, T1, T2, and GTX, please head to the grid. And so, Brian, that pack that we saw at the very end coming through, that was actually the group that we were watching a little bit earlier. It was Wes Duchak in the 40, Jason Fichter, Aiden Coleman, Fichter's in the 7, Coleman's in the 60, Vaughn Mishko in the number 99 machine. They were separated by all of about 1.2 seconds between the 4 of them. And and they were, again, fighting all the way to the very end, trying to pick up spots there from the mid-pack.
Let's take a break. We got one more race before our 2-hour church hours break here at Road Atlanta. That race, of course, big board, GT1, 2, A Sedan, Touring 1, Touring 2, and GTX. That's next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here from Road Atlanta.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We are getting ready for our second race of the morning, and it is the Ground Pounders. GT1, GT2, GTX, A Sedan, Touring 1 and Touring 2. The starting lineup, that's from Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, thank you, Brian. We've got, once again, two different groups, two pace cars. We're going to have our GT cars in the first pack. You see them coming off the grid now. Then we've got our touring cars and American sedan machines behind. I'm going to give you that rundown first. Starting on the pole for our second group, driving his number 134 Touring 1 Chevrolet Corvette, yesterday's class winner, James Candelaria. He will be starting alongside Zach Monette in his Touring 1 Chevrolet Camaro. Then we've got Jonathan Vasquez in a Touring 1 BMW M3, starting alongside Paolo Salvatore in his Touring 1 Ford Mustang FP350S. That's row number 2. Row number 3 will be Juan Carlos LaRue. He's driving a Touring 1 BMW M4. He'll start right alongside your T2 pole sitter. Driving a Porsche Cayman, it's Rafael Suncow. Then we've got James Davidson, who I think we might have some in-car video from. He's in the number 57 Touring 2 Chevy Corvette. He'll start alongside Tom Ellis, our American sedan pole sitter, driving his Ford Mustang. Then we've got Greg Eaton, also an American sedan Ford Mustang. He'll start alongside Michael Kamalian, who is in an American sedan Ford Mustang. Then we got James Jost, also an American sedan Ford Mustang, alongside Bassem Abdallah. Bassem didn't make it out for yesterday's race. We'll see if he's here today. But then we've got Russell King in a Touring 2 BMW M2. Let's move over to the GT cars that are coming through turn 6 right now. On the pole, yesterday's second place finisher with a qualifying time of 121.244. It's Michael McAleenan. Starting on the outside of row number 1, yesterday's GT1 winner, David Pinterick in the number 7 Ford Mustang. Joe Frito will start third. He's in the number 122 GT1 Chevy Corvette. He starts alongside another GT1 racer. That's David Jans in his number 3 Ford Mustang. Jared Odrick was your GT2 winner yesterday. He will start 5th today. He's in the number 00 Chevy Camaro, alongside Austin Jers in the number 131 GT2 Chevy Camaro. Then we've got Steve Lustig in the 05 GT2 Chevy Camaro with Patrick Paul in a GT2 Camaro, driving the number 45 machine today. Then we got Barry Bowes in his GT2 Ford Mustang, alongside Jorge Nazario in a GT2 Chevy Corvette. Then we have Jack Stanford, who's starting 11th in this front group. He is in the number 15 GT2 Ford Mustang. He's out of Commerce, Georgia, alongside Tiger Tom Patton, driving the number 50 Sunbeam Tiger. He's out of Fairfield Township, Ohio. Ray Mason starts 13th. He's in the 82 GT2 Ford Mustang. He'll start alongside Tony Ave in the number 44 GT2 Nissan 350Z. Todd Peterson will start 15th. He's in the number 24 GT1 Chevy Camaro, and alongside Patrick Hutt in his GT2 Chevy Camaro. Brian, over to you for another pace lap.
Another pace lap. Here's something really interesting, Greg. I don't know if David Pinterick did not make it to the grid on time, but he is starting from the back of the pack here. As you can see, that's Tiger Tom right in front of him, and a whole gaggle of cars between him and where I think he should be on the grid in second place. So I'm not quite sure why he's at the back, whether he was late to the grid or some other reason.
Yeah, and so, Brian, we had a couple drivers have some challenges with grip on the outlap. There's actually one car, one of our GT1 cars, and that actually it's GT2 driver Barry Bowes, who's come down the pit lane, and his crew's actually peeled the hood off the car. And interestingly, with Pinterick, he's not at the very back of the pack. And again, if a couple cars spun, this might explain it.
Yeah.
But he's got Tony Ave along with him. You'll notice as he crests over the hill, there he is right in front of Tony Ave's Nissan. He's like right in the middle of the GT2
How
cars,
odd.
as opposed to being at the very back of the pack. So unless like 5 cars spun behind him, that's where he's going to be. It should make things, though, very, very interesting, as he's got a number of GT2 machines, a little bit more nimble than the Mustang, but not nearly as powerful. We'll see how he handles the first couple laps. You know, if anything, we know, Brian, in watching Dave race, that he doesn't he doesn't get so excited. It's not as though he's going to be anxious to push to the very front of the pack in the first 2 corners or so. You know, he's probably going to, as these racers, I think, and they've probably seen the need on that pace lap to get heat in the tires, get them warmed up. Probably going to be very judicious about it and hopefully wait until they come out of turn 7. But that certainly gives a huge advantage now to Michael Michelin. Whereas yesterday, those 2 cars were so evenly matched all the way to the checkered flag.
Right, and you also have to remember that while the vast majority of the track is dry and the racing line is definitely dry, like looking at going into turn 6 there's still some dampness, and these are tires on, these are slick tires. There's no tread on these tires on these GT1 cars, so that's another little layer to this onion as we get ready to come down for the green flag after our second pace car here, our second pace lap, I should say. So good to get that second pace lap in to get everybody a little bit more opportunity to find out where the grip is, to get a little bit more heat in the tires. But this is going to be a very, very interesting situation here, because we've got a lot of fast cars in the middle and back of this pack.
And Brian, you'll notice now, as opposed to our race yesterday, where there was almost a minute gap between our front pack of GT cars, our rear pack of touring cars and American sedans, to the point where Pinteric and Michelin were to the back of these touring cars before they ever got to turn 7 on their opening lap. The second pack is very, very close behind now and within sight of our GT cars as they're starting to come down the hill. But now, as the pace car brings Michael Michelin and the rest of the GT car field underneath the bridge, let's turn it over to you for the start.
Down the hill and through 12 towards the green flag. It is in the air, and we have our start here. That's Michelin going towards turn 1 for the first time. Let's see how everybody negotiates all of this.
Yeah, and Brian, as we had Michelin go in, Austin Jers was in the 131 Camaro, gets around Jared Odrick to take the lead in class. Joe Frieda in the red Corvette running in third as our GT car, or probably our T cars, take the green.
Yep, here they come down the hill, heading towards the start-finish line, and the green flag in the air for them as well. And they all now head towards turn 1 for the first time. Under power here, under racing conditions. They come up the hill from 1 towards 2. Again, blind over the top of the hill, now through 2 and heading down towards turn 3 for the first time.
All right, Brian, and as we look at that second group, you ask yourself, what does not belong? And that is, if you look, the light blue and white Mustang that's making it right to turn 4 right now, that's Barry Bowes. That's the car that came down the pit lane during the pace lap. So he's got obviously a lot of traffic that he's got to work through in order to make it back up to that GT2 race ahead. As we've got the Chevy Corvette there of James Candelaria opening up an early lead on the rest of the T1 cars. Behind him, Zach Monette, John Vasquez, Juan Carlos LaRue.
Yeah, that Bose car, Greg, do I remember correctly, there was some damage with that car yesterday?
Yes, correct.
And that may have been what they were just coming to make sure everything was buttoned up properly after that first pace lap. So
yeah, if you remember yesterday, and he ended up retiring early, got a lot of damage at the front end of the car coming out of turn 7 about midway through yesterday's race. And they pulled the hood off, and it looked as though somebody was underneath the hood from the driver's side of the car, from the opposite side of the car where there was damage. I think there was actually something going on in the engine bay itself.
Yeah, much better action before the start. These two groups much closer together, which will allow us to have some more clean racing at the front of this GT group before they catch the back of the touring cars. So great job by the SCCA to get that situation buttoned up today. And we've got a full-on racing. And is Michelin so far out that we don't see him in this shot anymore?
Yes.
Yep, yes he is. Wow, what a great start.
Yeah, so very obviously a great start for him, but I mean that's what we saw yesterday with both Pinteric and Michelin and really being the class of the GT1 field. Interestingly, though, what we're also seeing is Jared Odrick in the number 00 GT2 Chevy Camaro, the white with black nose, your GT2 leader. He is now running second overall as both he now, as well as Austin Jers, have gotten around Joe Frieda. Joe's in that red with black Chevrolet Corvette. Frieda currently running second in GT1, and look who is right behind him, Brian. That is David Pinteric, who started at the tail end of the GT field. He's now, as they come into turn one and complete, wow. Well, I was going to say he was going to move up into second into GT1, but Joe Frieda just shut the door on Dave Pinteric going into turn number one and shut it hard.
Yeah, no question, no question. And right behind that is, I believe that's Joseph. Yeah, that's Joseph Frieda. He's trying to get around, but the damage is already pretty much done. A 125.297. That's purple lap for Michael McAleenan here. That's 4 seconds a lap faster than Jared Odrick, and then all of these other cars are stuck behind Odrick. Of course, GT1 versus GT2 there, so they're not racing against each other, but there's all those other GT1 cars that are behind Odrick and Jers trying to get around him so that they can try to make a move to the front here. It is a 8-second lead last time by for McAleen, and we'll see what it is this time. There you see Pinteric. He's going to get around Odrick this time by this time going into 10. So I think he'll have the second place spot here coming through 10. Yes, he will. Now he has a lot of work though to catch up to Michael McAleen, and I want to see what the gap is here at the line, Greg.
Yeah, and, you know, and to put things in perspective, Brian, as far as qualifying times, Michael McAleen was able to qualify his McLaren, probably not his McLaren, his Lamborghini Huracan, about 0.4 of a second faster than Dave Pinteric was over the course of the weekend. And so, you know, even at that, when until we see McAleen start having to deal with traffic, that's going to probably be an advantage for him here, as also probably less of a concern as far as the grip levels. He's got a lot more in the way of aerodynamic aids on that Lamborghini than Pinteric has on his Mustang, to maybe offset the issues with tire temperature. Appears as though Barry Bowes has just now brought his car back down onto the pit lane. So whatever problems he was having, they appear to be continuing.
Right. You can see how the gap between second and third, Pinteric has already opened up here. Just got a message from my spies on pit lane, Greg, that Pinteric was indeed one of those cars that spun going up the hill on the out lap. And that is why he went to the back of the field. So your suspicion was 100% correct. And now he's paying the price for that, as he has to try to make up that big gap to first place here. It may be one of those situations, Greg, where without some sort of a full course yellow, I don't know that Pinteric will be able to catch McAleen.
Well, I mean, 8 seconds. And right now, actually, the gap is somewhere along the lines of 11 or 12 seconds. So even as Pinteric managed to clear the field, still stretching things out. What I'd like to do also, if we can, and I'm looking to see how we stand here, Jordan, if we can stay on follow this shot here, because this was a hell of a race we had yesterday. If you look, we've got the light blue Mustang there. That is James Jost in American Sedan. Yesterday had a hell of a fight with Greg Eaton, both drivers national champions in American Sedan. Right now, I believe Jost is actually fighting out with the 199 Mustang of Michael Kamalian, a much newer chassis. That is the 199 car that now drops behind James Jost, the black with the Dayglow yellow numbers. And that in American Sedan is currently the battle for third, is both Greg Eaton and Tom Ellis quite a bit further ahead, about 3 seconds up the road. And as we say that, there's McAleen trying to work his way through all that touring car traffic.
Yep, that's the case right now. And as you said, you know, that may slow him down a little bit, and that could help Pinteric. But, big brake lock up there. Or that's not brake lock, that's a motor problem.
Yeah, that is a motor problem. That is one of our, obviously, I think Chevy Corvettes. And I think is that James David. Is that Davidson in the 57 car, possibly?
Yeah,
Indeed
that car
it is.
45 miles an hour. That is not the speed he wants to be doing there. He is doing a pretty nice job, though, staying out of the racing line. But I don't know that he's going to make it all the way around to the start-finish line here. He's trying to figure it out right now. You can see him jiggling the wheel to see what the situation is.
And they're covering him with a white flag to let drivers coming up behind know that there's a slower moving vehicle. But there, yeah, very good, keeping it completely off the line there, letting drivers come through underneath him.
Yeah,
and we see him working the gearbox. I don't know if it's
maybe he's lost the transmission.
Well, I was going to say, given where the smoke was, possibly it was the differential that had let go, or at least that he was had a leak back there, or possibly, as we've already seen at least once this weekend, issues with CV joints breaking from bouncing over the curbs here. But obviously the motor is still up and running.
Yep, absolutely. So hopefully there's not too much fluid down there through that section of the racetrack, because that's a place where you're throwing the car around right there pretty strong. So, but there's that. So look at this though, Greg. Already now down to 8.7 seconds, the gap between Michelin and Pinteric up front. And with, would that be 11 laps to go? If he could take out a second a lap, that's he'll be there at the end. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. But now Pinteric is trying to negotiate that slower Touring traffic as well. Hitting it at the right time is what's really, really important here. He's going to get at least these two cars on the back straight, so that's perfect timing for that. And then there's another car in front of him that he'll probably catch just as he gets into turn 10 here. You can see, look at the closing rate here. What a great camera shot here. The closing rate between the touring cars, and hopefully that car knows he's there. Slides through at the bottom of the hill there, going into 10A, 10B. Perfect opportunity there. And now another bit of open track he's got to be able to keep working on trying to get to the back bumper of Michael Michelin. At the line this time by that gap now 9.7 seconds. So it's gotten a little bit wider as he's negotiating that traffic. Here he comes. That's Michelin in the green Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. As he comes up the hill, there you see Pinteric now coming through the same section. So there are going to be times, I think, when Pinteric can see the rabbit that he's chasing, and that's always a little bit helpful. When you can see the car you're trying to track down, that gives you a little more good juju as you're trying to work through this portion of the racetrack here. And we're coming up here on halfway, and a big improvement for Pinteric, but he's got a long ways to go.
All right, Brian, real quick, let's reset the field here. Of course, in GT1, it is Michael Michelin and Dave Pinteric, Joe Frieda. And there's Frieda right there coming through turn 6. Your top three with Todd Peterson running in 4th. In GT2, it is Jared Odrick. And I want to see if we could track down the Odrick car, because he and Austin Jers are having, and the matter of fact, there they are. And Austin Jers, he is your new leader, Brian, in GT2, as he has gotten around the Odrick machine. There they are, right behind James Jost's light blue Ford Mustang American sedan car. Just there as Jers takes the lead from Odrick.
Wow, look at all those cars. That's a traffic jam right there.
Yeah, indeed it is. As all the GT2 cars, and we saw Joe Frieda in GT1 trying to make their way through some of that slower touring car traffic. And Steve Lustig, we just saw there the white with like blue and yellow stripe. Oh, heading to the grass. That's one way to make a pass, or not.
That is not the recommended line down the front straight. But
and was that James Candelaria?
Yep.
No, it was not. No, that was the no, that was not Candelaria. That was Jorge Nazario, currently running 5th in GT2. And so, Brian, this is turning into be a heck of a battle just back from Jers and Odrick. We've got the white with light blue Chevy Camaro that just passed through our shot, that's Steve Lustig. We've got Patrick Paul in the 144 Camaro right behind him. And then we've got that the number 165 Chevy Corvette, the one that we saw going through the dirt. That is Jorge Nazario, who is now trying to come underneath Patrick Paul to take over fourth in GT2.
Right, okay. Couple of Phoenix cars this weekend confusing.
Yes.
Shocking. Always those Phoenix cars running very, very strong in the touring classes. So,
yeah, as a matter of fact, I saw a note from Andrew Acalante, who's here this weekend representing Phoenix Performance, and he said he thinks he's only been to Road Atlanta twice and only once actually racing the car, but he's here supporting that 165 machine that had been rebuilt. He was actually down at Sebring last weekend helping out with some testing on the car and getting that Nazario machine ready to go.
Definitely the best battle on the racetrack. We will keep it here, but just to give you an update, it's a 7.3 second gap now between your leaders in GT1, Michelin and Pinteric. But we'll stay here on this one, as it is certainly the best battle here on the racetrack as they come through some slower traffic as well. Up over the hill here. It looks like this area has dried out pretty well. No issues there. And even offline now going into 6, there's only that little bit of wetness there and dampness as they come down the hill here. And unless you're trying to make a move, that's not a piece of track you're really spinning. Oh, we almost got a, well, yeah.
I was just going to say, and as you say that, as Jorge Nazario tries to put the power down, coming out of turn 7, the rear end steps out on that Chevy Corvette, but very, very quick to recover, get the car back underway. But that now gives a lot of clearance, Brian, a lot of clearance to Patrick Paul, the 144 car here, as he tries to make his way up to Lustig. But Lustig's starting to open up a bit of a gap in that white 05 Camaro. There's Lustig now.
There is that car that was the Nazario car coming down the hill. Got everything, basically got back together. No more issues with that car. That must have been just a momentary issue.
Yeah, I think it's just a question, Brian, of a little bit too much throttle, a little bit too soon, as the front wheel was still cranked and just needed maybe a little bit more in the way of how do I put this? Let's just say he needed to ease onto the throttle maybe a little bit softer. That's all.
Yeah, that whole
egg thing. Exactly.
Yeah, the egg thing between. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brian, it's only 48 degrees here at Road America.
Yeah.
Road America. There you go. Drink Andy
Albin.
Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. So no scrambled eggs down there today, but unfortunately the yolks are going to be running on the floorboards for a while, I think. All right, we got another driver who is taken to the pit lane. That is the number 15 machine. And that is Jack Stanford. Looks like his day is now done as he retires his GT2 Ford Mustang.
All right, we're well past halfway here. Let's take our break. And when we come back, we'll have some more action here for you from Road Atlanta. For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advantage technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction, designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right, Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country. It's the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Back here at Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. 6 laps to go. And just want to let folks know, unfortunately, we've got a little bit of an issue with our timing pylon, and we will work to get it fixed during our lunch break here. But in the meantime, 6 to go here. We'll try to keep you as up-to-date as possible. GT1 battle between Michael Macklin and David Pinteric. Pinteric seems to be mired, Greg, about 7-8 seconds back. It fluctuates a second or two lap to lap, and he's
With
just
traffic.
not able to make up much time at this point in time. And with 6 to go, time's running out of him.
Yeah, well, he just knocked the second off, but again, I think a lot of that has to do with traffic.
Right.
Joe Frieda running third in GT1, in GT2, and we're watching the battle right now with Jared Odrick and Austin Jers. Odrick in the white with black Chevy Camaro, Jers also in a Camaro that is the black with reddish orange. They're the second and third cars in the line there. Stephen Lustig running third in the class. He's in that white Chevy Camaro with the blue and yellow stripes on the hood. So he is very, very close and has been closing down on our top 2 for the last couple of laps. Patrick Paul about 2 seconds back from there. In American Sedan, Greg Eaton has opened things up over Tom Ellis. He's got about a 3-second advantage now over Ellis, with Michael Kamalian another 15 seconds back. And then in Touring 1, James Candelario with 10 seconds on Zach Monette, another 4 back to Jonathan Vasquez. In Touring 2, and we'll try and jump in there a little bit. The battle of the German cars, Rafael Sunkow with the lead. In his Porsche Cayman, Bassem Abdullah, who did not race yesterday, in his BMW M240, running about 2 seconds in arrears right now.
Yeah, 5 laps to go, and that battle in GT2 is one of our better battles on the racetrack at this moment, between Odrick and Jers. So that is a good one to watch here as we come into the final laps of this race.
Jordan, if we can go to turn 1, possibly, and there we go. That is the battle for the lead in Touring 2. The 2 white German cars. We've got the Porsche Cayman heading up the hill of Rafael Sunkow, then Bassem Abdullah in his BMW. Now at about 3 seconds separating the 2. We've got Tiger Tom Patton right between them. And we'll see if that closes down. Just now coming through turn 5, as a matter of fact, right ahead, directly ahead of a Sunkow's Cayman is our American Sedan battle. We've got our leader, Greg Eaton, who's just gone through turn 6. He's in the black Ford Mustang, and then running in second in American Sedan. In the Burgundy number 51, that is Tom Ellis. And Ellis having a little bit of a challenge putting the power down coming out of turn 7, Brian. You know, he's got to be able to work his way around that Touring 2 Cayman to get up to Eaton. But Eaton, after yesterday's race, and I believe Eaton took the win yesterday, is Tom Ellis retired early, and James Jost retired his car as well. Indeed, Eaton took the win, looking for his second win here in a row at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Also gave us an opportunity to take a look here at Tiger Tom Patton here as he makes the move under that car going into turn 12. And that's a really cool race car too. If you're ever at the racetrack, stop by and take a peek at that one. That is a really, really pretty car.
I'll tell you here, Brian, is we were all tracking that battle for the lead in GT1 and the overall lead, and how we saw Penteric start to close things down just a little bit on McAleenan. Well, McAleenan now with some clean air ahead is starting to put the hammer down. Turned in an overall best Sector 1 and personal best in Sector 2 here, very quick in the speed traps. And I should mention that, you know, when we talk about making power in very different ways,
right,
Dave Penteric's car in the speed traps, top speed of 163 miles an hour, almost 10 miles an hour faster than what the Lamborghini does in the speed trap, which is on the about midway down the back straight here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. But Penteric losing a little bit more ground that last time by.
Taking a peek at our A sedan class, Gregory Eaton with the lead right now, 4.1 second over Thomas Ellis, and then you've got Michael Kamalian and James Yost there. So that's your 4 cars in A sedan. 2 to go now. Michael McAleenan with a full 10 seconds up on David Penteric. Joseph Frieda in second place, or in third place. That's all the GT1 cars together. Oh,
and that, yeah, the 44 machine, I think, Brian, that has gone around, and that is, and let's verify that that is not the 144 machine. It is the 144 car that has gone around. That is Patrick Paul in his GT2 Chevy Camaro. He was running in 4th. That was one of the cars that we saw earlier, and he is in a very, very bad place here, but not as bad as another one of our GT2 drivers that has just gone and run wide. That was not. I thought that perhaps that was the Penteric car. And the 144 car now getting back underway just as they were about to go full course caution. And it looks like, and as a matter of fact, Brian, we are indeed going full course caution. We'll see how much longer that stays out. In fact, we should be working the last lap here.
Yeah, we are working the last lap, so it is going to be a full course caution and a white flag at the start-finish line. That means we're gonna hold station with all these cars right now, and there should be no more passes for change for leads or otherwise here as we come up on the final lap of this race.
And the 144 car does take to the pit lane, so appears as though he is now going to drop through the order. Patrick Paul now showing in 8th position, having been in 4th at the time of the spin.
And there is your race leader just going out of our frame there, heading now down towards turn 10 for the final time here. That is that black and green Lamborghini Huracan. It will take the checkered flag under the full course yellow condition here. And he will win his first race of the weekend. So GT1 split. Yesterday it was David Penteric. Today, Michael McAleenan. And there is the checkered flag in the air. This race is over, my friends.
There we go. His cars now, all following cars across the line. Dave Penteric comes across the line. He'll finish, as you mentioned, second in GT1 with Joe Frieda finishing in 3rd, Todd Peterson finishing in 4th. In GT2, Jared Odrick will take the win over Austin Jers. Steve Lustig will finish in second. Jorge Nazario will finish in fourth, and then Ray Mason will finish in fifth. In American Sedan, Greg Eaton will take the win. Tom Ellis will finish second. Michael Kamalian will finish third. James Jost will finish in fourth. In Touring 2, Rafael Suncow holds off Bassa Mundella. Of course, the margin of victory now only 0.8 of a second, but that's because of where they were on track under the full course caution. Bassa Mundella finished second. Russell King will finish 2 laps down in third. And then finally, in Touring 1 for the second day in a row, James Candelaria will take the win. Zach Monette will finish second. Jonathan Vasquez third, and Juan Carlos LaRue will finish out the field and finish fourth.
All right, that is going to do it, Greg. We've got our church hours coming up, so we will be back here at noon, right? Pulling up the schedule here.
Scheduled start for race number 3, and that is going to be our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3s, is 12:10 this afternoon. Well, 12:10, yeah, this afternoon.
Yeah.
Mark your calendars. If you joined us this early, we know that we had daylight savings time start. Get an extra hour of sleep. Make up that hour now. Yeah. And we'll catch you for all the action at 12:10. 5 more races to go, and Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 starts us off. We want to thank you for joining us for this morning's coverage here from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. We'll be back with more action here from the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour in just a few hours.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. I think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts. So I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have 2 main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg. We are here for the rest of our racing action. Wrapping up our weekend with 5 races. Greg, did you get a little nap in?
I absolutely did. Well, if I didn't get one in earlier, I'm going to need one in about 20 minutes because a whole bunch of us here spent the afternoon in traditional Georgia breakfast mode at the Cracker Barrel. So,
There you go.
yeah, there you go. So I'm feeling a little weighted down right now.
All right. Well, let's get the let's go airborne though. If you're not too weighted down, let's go airborne and take a look at what we've got ahead of us for these drivers at here at Road Atlanta. This is our track map for the day. It is a 2.54 mile, 4.08 kilometers for our friends up north. 12 turns, natural terrain road course, asphalt. First race 1970, longtime home of the SCCA National Championship runoffs. It is one of the absolute delights in North America motorsports, and it is a fantastic racetrack. 12 turns, the S's. We got the new 10, 10A, 10B combination, new to some people. Been there for a long time.
I was going to say, at 25 years now, Brian, I don't think it's all that
years?
new. Yes,
I'm
it's
so
been
old.
about 25 years.
I
and
am
yes,
so old.
Yes, you are. Much older than Brendan Kazmarek, by the way.
That's
true.
Right.
Yes, I mean, as we said this morning, a track that will challenge a racer for that entire 2.54 miles. All right, so Brian, as we now have our spec racer for Gen 3s taking to the track for their single pace lap, let's run down the starting order. Your pole sitters today, or folks making up the front row, much as they did yesterday, we've got Peyton Long from Conway, Arkansas, representing the Hallett Racing Shop in the number 52 car. He's your pole sitter. He sits right alongside his teammate out of the Hallett Racing Shop, Tyler Stevens from Bixby, Oklahoma, the number 105 machine. On row number 2, a pair of double national champions. We've got Clay Russell in the number 31 machine starting 3rd. Bobby Sack in the number 19 car. He will start 4th. Then we've got Richard Baldwin in the number 25 machine. He's out of Covington, Louisiana. He starts 5th with Brian Schofield, yesterday's sprint race winner out of Lakeland, Florida, driving the number 61 machine. Starting 7th, we've got Vaughn Mishko out of Kego Harbor, Michigan, driving the number 101 car, and Jace Petty in the number 117 car. He's out of Oakland, Illinois. He starts 8th. John Green will start on the inside of row number 5 in the number 29 machine. He's out of Gainesville, Georgia, with John Antonino starting in 10th position. John is driving the number 59 machine. He's out of Bakersfield, California. Matthew Horst is starting 11th today. He drives the number 41 car. He's out of Roswell, Georgia, with James Goffrey out of Jupiter, Florida, that is. He's from outer space, Brian. That's all I can say. And he will start 12th today in the number 68 car. Andrew Wisniewski will start 13th today. He drives the number 32 car. He's from Destin, Florida. And Gainesville, Georgia's Trey Ayers will start 14th. On the row directly behind, on the inside of row number 8, we've got Arvid Albanese. That's Trey's teammate. He's out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He's in the 177 car. Michael Odell will start 16th. Mike's driving the number 197 car. Then we got Rob Clifton starting 17th. He's in the number 33 machine. He's out of Evans, Georgia, with Sam Schechter in the 55 car starting 18th. Sam hails from Boyds, Maryland. Atlanta, Georgia's Jean-Luc Liverato will start 19th today in the number 8 machine with the number 21 car. Let me make sure I got that right. Yes, the 21 car of Charlie Rogers starting 20th. He's out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. Scott Monroe's in the 00 machine. He's from Seabrook, Texas. He starts 21st with Michael Perotti starting 22nd. He's in the number 11 car. He's from Yorktown Heights, New York. Then we've got Thomas Weir starting 23rd. Thomas is driving the number 10 car. He's from Charleston, South Carolina, with Ben Jacobs in the 171 Spec Racer for Gen 3. He's from Oshkosh, Wisconsin, starting 25th. Tom Burt out of Shoreline, Washington. He drives the number 45 car with Steve Clifton in the 04, starting in the 04 machine, starting 26th. He's out of Evans, Georgia. And as our field now comes down out of turn 12 with a pace car on the pit lane, Brian, over to you for the start.
Here we go, getting ready for 19 laps of action. All of your Spec Racer Fords heading down through 12 towards the start-finish line and the starter stand. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing. Got a wreck already in the back of the field.
And that's the 56 car, Brian, that has gone around.
And we are trying to get everybody through turn 1 clean here, and so far so good, except for that one guy who didn't negotiate turn 12 as well as he would like to.
That would be Sean Nicole, who didn't make it through turn 12 all that well. And Brian, as we watch the field now coming out of turn 3 and making their way down through the S's, a couple cars getting together at the top of the hill. And as they do, I was going to mention that Peyton Long and Tyler Stevens, from the drop of the green flag, immediately got nose to tail to work together to try to separate out from the rest of the field. It's something they did yesterday. It worked for a few laps until the number 61 machine of Brian Schofield worked his way through the field and was able to work their way past. And right now it is Bobby Sack, I believe. Actually, take that back. It is Clay Russell in the number 31 machine now, who has hooked up right to the back of Long and Stevens. Bobby Sack leading another group about 5 car lengths back from there. Clay Russell, 2-time national champion, took wins at Sonoma Raceway, also at Virginia International Raceway. Bobby Sack, 2-time winner as well. And of course, as we talked about, Brian Schofield, another national champion in his own right.
There is the crew there making their way through 10A, 10B. That is Schofield, about 6 cars back, making a move to try to get close to the front. Not probably started where he wanted to, but he ended yesterday pretty well, and he is now trying to make that move to the front at the end of lap 1. They cross the line, and your race leader at this moment is Peyton Long. Tyler Stevens is right there as well. And then you've got Clay Russell and Bobby Sack, just like Greg was saying. So that's how it stacks up at the moment going through turn 1. All those cars that were spun or had little moments up at the top of the hill here, looks like they have continued, but they will be well behind the field.
Indeed, Brian. And so Peyton Long started yesterday's race on the pole as well. We've got a car that's off track coming down through the grass. Looks like he's just avoided the wall. We'll try and get a car number on him in just a moment. But Long, who started off on pole, finished yesterday's race back in 8th position, certainly not where he wanted. And his teammate there, who started along with him, Tyler Stevens, also a pretty unspectacular race as Stevens finished back, I believe, in about 31st position, if I remember. No, pardon me, 38th position. Had to retire early.
Yep, there they are as they come down the hill here. Everybody's playing, oh well, no, Schofield again making a move now, trying to get into 5th place. He's going to make that done. And then another car behind him now moved into 7th place. So a little bit of moves. They're trying to get to the front. You know, you said Peyton Long moved up and moved back yesterday. It's not too hard to get cycled back through the field, but it's a whole lot harder to come back up through the field once it's happened.
Yeah, indeed. And so, Brian, I've been watching Jace Petty, who's in the red 117 car. There he goes, just heading up the hill. And just ahead of him in the black 101, that's Von Mishko. They've already now swapped positions 3 different times over the course of the first 2 laps here. And certainly, you know, and they're managing to keep up the pace and stay with the group ahead. But you don't expect them to start fighting this early. But a couple of the younger folks in the field, I think Jace is somewhere around 16 years old now. But we're already seeing the top 3 starting to move away from the rest of the field, and a much bigger advantage than they were ever able to open up yesterday during the shorter 25-minute sprint race. A little bit further back, as we talked in that second group, it's Schofield, now Sack, Richard Baldwin, Mishko, Jace Petty, also John Green as part of that pack. And it's interesting, in the chat, Trent Kramer says the rumble strips in 10A and 10B are so much worse in real life compared to iRacing. Not something to abuse, and that is absolutely true. You can see the deep grooves there in that FIA carbing, and I can tell you that if you choose to run it very often, you can knock the toe out on the front of your car, Brian, by sometimes more than half an inch over the course of a race this long. It is that jarring up there.
Yeah, you were saying that not always, you don't always see a lot. Oh, look at that, 3-4 wide fanning out here. Oh, contact there as they try to get into position to go into turn 1.
Yeah, that was Sack, Bobby Sack, Von Mishko, and Jace Petty Brian, Sack in the silver number 19 cars. He had just been shuffled back a number of positions. Jace Petty in the red 117 and Vaughn Mishko in that black or darker colored 101 car. And you can certainly fit 3 cars wide on the front straight here at Road Atlanta. You can fit 4 cars wide, but when they're only taking up 1/3 of the racetrack, it becomes a little bit hairy. Big brake lock up there from Clay Russell in the gray number 31 machine, the third car in that line as they set up for turn 6. Again, a heavily cambered turn, but it's got to be difficult there for Russell as he's sitting right behind the 2 leaders. You just kind of have to take that corner, and almost every corner on feel, because you can't easily see ahead of the 2 Spec Racer Fords just ahead of you. It looks like he's going to pop out a little bit now as they come down the back straight.
Yeah, real sense of urgency in that pack from 4th on back to 10th. They're watching their race basically drive away from them right now up front. And if they do not get to those leaders, and there are no full course cautions here, this is going to be lights out really, really fast. Very different for the front 3. They have a different sense of urgency. Theirs has got to be a patient urgency to stay working together so that they can continue to pull away. And just as I say that, Clay Russell tries to make a move going into turn 1. He's going to get one of those positions, and now he files in right behind Peyton Long, and you see that group of 6 cars right there from 4th place on back trying to make that move to the front right now as we start working our 15 laps to go mark.
And so much like yesterday, Brian Schofield has somewhat muscled his way to the front of that second pack. Now, yesterday, Schofield was in a very similar position as he now runs very wide coming out of turn 5, drops a wheel into the gravel trap. That's going to affect his speed and the run down to turn 6. Richard Baldwin not able to take advantage of it, however, or not wanting to take advantage of it. But Schofield yesterday was able to, by himself, drive away from a similar sized pack, I think a 3 or 4 car pack directly behind, and actually work himself up and not allow himself to be used as a bridge for the rear group, but be able to actually separate himself up and get to that lead group where he was then able to contend for a win.
Got a great group of fans in the chat. Michael Odell's mom is here. There's the Tyler and Peyton fan club here as well. And they are enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. And then more raciness here a little further back into this pack. And now those 3 cars up front, Long, Russell, Stevens, all just trying to work together and keep their way going as they come down to turn 1 again this time. And I think maybe what's happened in that second pack, Greg, is that people saw what Schofield did yesterday and decided to hitch their train to his front horse there and try to get those to the front because he knows how to get it done. Hopefully they're thinking he can do it today as well. Right now, your top 10 is Long, Russell, Stevens, 1, 2, and 3. Then Schofield, Baldwin, 4 and 5, followed by Sack, Petty, Mishko, Goffrey, and John Green. That rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, and Brian, hanging right out of the top 10 and right at the back of that last pack, the purple number 59 car, car that for many years was fielded by Cliff White. We've got John Antonio. John Antonio. We saw him at Sebring, if you remember correctly. We had Morgan Burkhardt was there coaching him up out of the same go-karting camp, and they're trying to make sure that he is competitive. They want him to make a run for the runoffs this year. This is only his second race weekend in a Spec Racer Ford, and actually in SCCA Club Racing, as he's straight out of go-karts, I believe 16 years old. And so far, he's holding with a number of national champions in Spec Racer Ford there, as he just tags along right off the back of John Green in the number 29 machine.
Michael Odell's partner Isaac Bartlett's in the chat, and then someone says if I had to recommend anybody to root for, it's Michael Odell. I've never met Michael. I think this is a guy I got to get on the podcast. Lots of fans out here.
And by the way, it is John Antonino, not Antonio. My apologies there.
Oh, great. Usually it's me who screwed it up, so I'm happy I'm not the only one.
No, that's because our timing and scoring has it wrong.
I got you.
I've just gone back and verified based on the information that was sent to us back in Sebring.
Very cool. Very cool. Oh, look at that. Going a little bit wide up front. That was Clay Russell, but he was able to pull it back in. He had a little bit of a gap there, which made him be able to do that and keep going. So Long, Stevens not able to get that, take advantage of that. Those two guys, teammates. They're the Hallett Racing Shop guys, and we will probably gonna have one of those guys on. They don't know it yet as our Hallett preview.
Don't tell them.
I'm pre-inviting them. They're gonna have to go back to the chat to hear their invitation. But,
all right, so and you can see here as Clay Russell moves to the lead. And so yesterday, Brian mentioned that Tyler Stevens ended up retiring the car early. He had maybe the pressure started getting to him a little bit. He had run the car off on the outside of turn number 5, and I think it done some damage to the bottom of the car. As we now have a car going around. Ooh. That is James Goffrey in the number 68 machine going around on the exit of turn 10B. Looks like he might have had a little bit of contact also with Von Mishko in the 101 as he was going around. I was just going to mention that Goffrey had turned the fastest lap on the previous cars. We've got another car going around in the exact same place and try and get the number on that car. And I think it's the 58 car possibly, Brian, that went around, if our electronic system is correct. And that's Jackson Deal, and Jackson, along with John Antonino, he's out of that Cliff White shop, and again, his second only SCCA Spec Racer Ford event.
There you go. Working 12 laps. Oh, Charlie Kopecki in the chat. Lots of great folks. Also, Trent Kramer, you said. Cliff White's in the chat. This is one of the top 3 or 4 most popular classes here in the SCCA. Always brings people to the fence line at the racetrack, and apparently it brings the same. This is the virtual fence line right here, as we have a pass for the lead right now. There are those Hallett boys trying to come through and make the pass on Clay Robinson. Clay Russell, I'm sorry. We'll see if he can get that done here as they come down the hill, and one of them has gotten by. Tyler Stevens now trying to do it as well, but Russell looks like he's able to hold on and keep second place.
Indeed he is, Brian, and as he splits up the two Hallett racers, but should note and keep watching there, Brian Schofield, Richard Baldwin, Bobby Sack, that last time through running a little bit faster than our lead trio. The gap now down to about a second and a half max between them. They are definitely starting to close things down, and actually Sack now falling back, I believe, behind Jace Petty and John Green as well. Actually just ahead of Jace Petty, but falls to the back of that pack.
Yeah, that's the danger you have of not being patient up front. That second group now appreciably closer to the cars in front of them. And this is exactly what the people who were trying to work with Schofield were hoping for, that the guys up front would give them some openings, gives them some opportunities to close that gap down. It'd be even better if the two cars in 5th and 6th can get there as well, or 6th and 7th, because that will help that train get a little bit more efficient as they try to hunt down the cars in the front. So right now up front, it is Long, Russell, Stevens, and Stevens falling back a little bit, not quite keeping up there, which isn't helping that front trio either. Here they come up over the hill, under the bridge, and then back down towards turn 12. Boy, Long really takes that turn 12 pretty. I mean, so well disciplined there. And here is Russell trying to get the lead back again. Easy pass going into turn 1.
Yeah, and I think this, same story there is Long wasn't going to fight it there, wasn't going to try and pinch and compromise neither of their exit speeds there, Brian, as again, that second pack definitely starting to close things down as Jace Petty takes a quick look to the inside on Bobby Sack. Bobby Sack running a little bit offline midway through the S's, gets the car back under control as they come through turn number 5. And as they make the run down to 6, and looked like Sack actually did a great job of recovery there as he actually opened up about a half a car length on Jace Petty. not wanting to lose much more ground to Schofield and Baldwin directly ahead.
Yeah,
Brian?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break?
Sure.
As we're about halfway through this 19-lap or 35-minute race. And when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Experience Program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 4. Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, GT3U, T3, and T4. Race group 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid.
Back here live at Road Atlanta for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here. Taking a look a little deeper in the field here, kind of focusing on these two black and blue, or blue and yellow, or black and yellow cars. The 177 car is Avid Albanese, right behind him Trey Ayers, and a lot of action always through the fields here in Spec Racer Ford, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, as we've got a number of cars within just a couple of car lengths of one another, and actually just ahead of them, we've got Scott Monroe and Michael Perotti. Monroe out of Seabrook, Texas, Perotti out of Yorktown Heights, New York. That's the battle for 13th right now, Brian. And you know, we see this in a lot of the classes where we've got drafting. Heck, we saw it yesterday in the American Sedan race where, you know, you've got people fighting literally all the way to the drop of the checkered flag. Heck, this morning in SMX, what we were watching the battle for, I think it was like 17th, and right. they were dicing it up, making passes coming underneath the Fox Factory Bridge on the very last lap. So a great fight going on there. A little bit further back from Albanese and Ayers, Jean-Luc Liverato, who for many years in the Sports Car Club of America raced prototypes. The P2 class, he's moved over to Spec Racer Ford and decided to focus on Spec Racer Ford the last 2 seasons with Thomas Weir, then behind him in the number 10 car, Steve Clifton out of Evans, Georgia, in the 04 car as well. But these spec racer Fords, just the way the body styles are made up, and because they are so tightly controlled as far as the specs and what you're allowed to do with them, you've got a very limited amount of suspension change that you are allowed to make to them over the course of a weekend. That almost everything is sealed or off limits to the prep shops. That they just bring out such close racing all the way up and down the field.
James Newell is in the chat. He'll be racing later in Spec Miata. He's offered to put a microphone in the car, guys, so he can chat with us during the racing. I could never do that, Greg, because all you would hear me is dropping F-bombs the entire time. Not at the other drivers, usually at myself for my driving.
You know, he just purchased a car from a former national champion in Spec Miata. It's his like 4th day behind the wheel of the car. No offense here, James, but perhaps you should focus on something else other than talking to us.
I love it. I love it. Yep. Now here's our leaders now, and look at now, Greg. While we were talking about the other group there, it is now pretty much a 10-car, 8-car battle here, and nothing has been decided. 6 laps to go. Any of those 8 cars could end up on the podium. Any of those 8 cars could end up number 1 at the end of this race. We are back at it with a big old scrap here.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, so Schofield, who, of course, had yesterday's win, and big smoke coming out of the back of one of the machines. And I think that was some tire smoke, maybe from a little bit of trail braking through turn number 6 from our 3rd place car, Tyler Stevens, the red and black number 1 of 5. As we've got a couple of cars that may have gotten together at the top of turn 3. And look at this, right around the area that we were watching before. And we'll get the car number on that machine.
Yeah. All of
and that was the 1-7.
That's cozy.
Yeah, the 177 machine, and I believe the car that we saw right around them, Brian, was the number 8, either the 8 or the 08. Actually, from looking at the livery, it might have been the no, actually the 08 of Andrea King didn't make the race. So it was the number 8 machine getting together with Arvid Albanese up at the top of the hill, and that was Jean-Luc Liverato. So Liverato goes around. Albanese has some issues. They now continue. And what were we talking about? Close racing up and even back through the mid-pack there.
Well, while all of that was happening, the groups up in front, they have, big, that's a motor. That is
not brake.
That is not brakes.
Yeah, and so that
and more parts coming out of the back of that car. So, unfortunate there, but look at this. It is Clay Russell, but who's in 2nd place? We've talked about him.
Brian Schofield, yeah. So
exactly.
Schofield, who ran the table at Sebring. He had taken 1 race win in the season opening of the U.S. Majors Tour at Homestead Raceway the week before Sebring. He now works his way up to 2nd. And Peyton Long, our pole sitter, Brian, he doesn't have a dancing partner. He doesn't have a teammate with him any longer. He's going to have to work now with Schofield to get up to Clay Russell. And yesterday at the end of the race, it was a 2-horse, 2-car race between Schofield and Russell. Brian, as we've got a car now that goes around coming out of turn 12. That's the 116 machine. It looks like he's going to get that car going before our leaders come down the hill. So we should be able to stay green there, and we do. That was Ben Pigeon out of Fort Worth, Texas. But it was Schofield and it was Clay Russell. And on the back straight, we saw Clay Russell get basically hit what we found out was a CV joint from one of the other Spec Racer Fords that got chucked very early in the race. All the drivers had tried to avoid it all race long, and Russell ended up hitting it, and it impacted his ability to carry speed through the last quarter of the lap, and Schofield was able to eke out the win.
Yeah, and Russ Turner, I owe him a Coke if that was a CV joint. Looks like that might have been another CV joint that came out of that car going into turn 4. 2 CV joints in one weekend, that's pretty interesting. But now we're talking about it here, and our leaders coming up on a couple of slower cars. Looks like they're going to hit them maybe before turn 10, which would be the best scenario here to let this whole group by here before they get to turn 10. We'll see what happens. But Clay Russell's got to keep doing what he's doing and hope he can keep a little bit of distance between him and Schofield. Because if Schofield gets there, it will be game on for the last 3 laps of this race.
Yeah, and so, Brian, you know, it's certainly surprising if that was indeed a CV joint that broke again. And I certainly haven't seen 2 in a weekend in one class. But the one thing, you know, we talked a little bit earlier about the curbs over at 10A. But some of the curbs, especially through the downhill S's, are very, very tall. And what you end up with, especially on a car that's very low and has a decent amount of camber to it, especially in the rear wheels, as you ride over those curbs, you get a lot of extra deflection. And what may be happening is they may be extending those CV joints, those constant velocity joints, beyond their limits and basically breaking them out of the cage. And what you see there, these cars, and I'm sure Russ will tell us, I don't think have a limited slip differential. So if you lose drive on one side of the car, you're not going to get drive from the other side of the car either. You're basically then going to just end up rolling to a stop.
Yeah, Russell and Schofield made their way around the first of the slower cars. Now they're going to try to dispatch the second one, probably once again here after they got out of turn 7 will be my guess. The other cars now trying to get around that first slower car. They're going to do it here between 6 and 7. So now they've dispatched the first of the 2 slow cars. Now our leaders have gotten around that first slower car. So that's going to be good news for Russell and Schofield. Not so good news for the other cars, but they're going to probably be able to get around here on the backstretch as well.
And there goes Schofield making the move to the inside just as Clay Russell was shifting to the right to try and set up coming down the hill. And Schofield, he's able to draft right on by our former leader. And Schofield, once again, for the second day in a row, moves to the lead now with 3 laps remaining.
This could be good strategy, though, from Russell because, well, now Russell fights back. I was going to say it might be worth Russell's time to file in behind Schofield and try to get those 2 cars to pull away as much as possible. And I don't know that I want to be in the lead going into the last lap of this race, but we'll see what happens as we get now 3 laps to go.
Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 4. STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid now.
There are your leaders. The black car, Clay Russell. The blue and silver car is Schofield. Then behind them, Richard Baldwin, Peyton Long, Bobby Sack, and Jace Petty. They're trying to catch up, having a hard time doing so. 2 laps to go here. Next time by, we'll get the white flag for Russell and Schofield. Yesterday, it was an inverted finish. It was Schofield first, Russell second. Will it be that way today, or will Russell be able to keep the lead and stay at the front? We're a lap and a half away from finding out, Greg.
All right, here as they make their way down, and at this point, it is about not only a battle, obviously, for the lead, but it's only going to be a 2-car fight here. Battle for third, 2 machines, Richard Baldwin and Peyton Long in the blue and yellow machine. Looks like Sack and Petty now starting to fall off the pace of those 2, as now taking a quick look to the inside is Peyton Long on Richard Baldwin. Baldwin manages to hold him off coming up the hill. Can he do it coming down where Long will have the position? As the white flag is in the air, and it looks like Long has managed to get around Petty get around Baldwin. In doing so, he's actually brought Bobby Sack back into that fight for third, Brian.
That is the fight for third. We also have the fight for first up front with Russell and Schofield right there. Like I said half a lap ago, I think the best place to be going down the hill towards turn 10 is where Brian Schofield is, but there's a little bit of a gap there. He's going to have to get closer to Russell to make that pass happen. And now we've got this battle for third place as well. Lots of action here as we almost get to the final few corners. There are our leaders, Russell, Schofield through 6, through 7. There's the battle for third coming through as well as they come and track out nicely out of 7. Now it's a drag race down to turn 10, the last really good passing zone here at Road Atlanta.
All right, so yesterday, Brian, Schofield moved over to driver's left, and you notice now that Clay Russell has blocked that move, so Schofield moves to the right. and he's got enough of a draft, he's got enough of a head of speed there that he actually noses ahead of the 31 machine as they come down the hill. Russell's going to have to be very late on the brakes, and he does that. Car gets very loose. Is he going to be able to hold him off as they come up the hill? Over to you for the finish.
Up the hill, under the bridge, down the hill. It's going to be a flip-flop from yesterday. Russell was second yesterday. Schofield was first. This time it's Russell to take the win. Schofield to finish second. Who's coming home third? We'll know in just a second. It is Richard Baldwin with the finish to come in third place. Peyton Long drops back to fourth.
And Brian, you would never know that Richard Baldwin finished third. The way he was shaking his hands in the air, you'd think he had won this race. Very excited is Richard Baldwin as he managed to hold off a national champion in Bobby Sack, managed to hold off Jace Petty, and also hold off our pole sitter, Peyton Long. Great finish for Richard Baldwin. And he was talking about John Antonino before, the number 59 car. He moves up into 7th place behind Jace Petty. John Green finishes 8th, Rob Clifton 9th, and Andrew Wisniewski finishes in 10th. And I think we'll see Wisniewski a little bit later in FE2 as well.
Well, we have a yellow flag here at 7, which makes me believe that back off to the right there behind the trees, we might have a car who has made its way there. But there are the 3 cars, your first 3 finishers in this race. Robeson Clay Russell first, Brian Schofield second, and Richard Baldwin takes the last step on the podium.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Race group number 4, this is your final call to the grid. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, more action from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You're watching the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
I see myself.
All right, we are back here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, getting ready for our 4th race of the day here. And it is time for the Super Touring Group's GT3U and Touring 3 and 4. Gregg Ginsberg's here.
I am.
Starting lineups.
All right, I will, Brian. We're going to once again have a split start. We've got our STU, GT3U, and STL cars in our front pack. You see them coming off the grid right now. A little bit further back, we've got our our Touring 3 and Touring 4 racers. I'm going to start by giving you that grid. On the pole, driving his Touring 3 Nissan 370Z, setting a new track record yesterday on his way to a T3 win. It's Nick Hammond. Juan Carlos LaRue driving the number 42 Touring 3 Subaru BRZ will start on the outside of the front row. Ethan Barker in the 112 Touring 4 Mazda Miata. He will start third next to Mark Cefalo driving the number 00 Touring 4 Mazda RX-8. Tristan Smith will start fifth. He is driving the Touring 3 Nissan 350Z with Andrea King and her Touring 3 BMW 330 Ci starting in sixth. Starting seventh, it's going to be Randy Johnson driving the number 1 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. Robert Spence starting eighth. He's driving the number 59 Touring 4 Mazda MX-5. Then we've got Scotty B. White in his Touring 4 Ford Mustang. That is the number 0 machine, and he will start alongside Robert Damler in the number 121 Touring 3 Ford Mustang. Let's move over to our Super Touring and GT group. Richard Estacio will start on the pole today with a qualifying time of 133.045 in his Lotus Exige. That's an STU machine, with Jeff Durnell starting on the outside of the front row. He's your GT3U pole sitter, and he is driving a Mazda RX-7. Tony Ave out of Maiden, North Carolina will start third. He's in the number 44 Honda Civic GT3U machine. And then starting fourth, we've got in his STU Honda CRX Jose Osiris Pena. That's the 199 car. Stacy Wilson will start fifth. He's driving the number 47 GT3U Mazda RX-7 with David Fiorelli starting sixth. David is in the number 190 STU Ford Mustang. Jorge Nazario, seeing him for the second time today. This time he's in the number 165 STU Mazda Miata starting seventh, with Zach Arnold driving the number 33 STU BMW 330i starting eighth. Starting ninth, it's Mike Taylor, your STL winner from yesterday, driving the number 39 Acura Integra. Starting in 10th, driving the number 84 STU Honda Civic Si, it's Peter St. Pierre. John Sewell driving the number 48 STL Acura Integra will start 11th, with Nick Leveroni starting in 12th position in the number 37 STL Mazda Miata. Blake Korth in his STU Porsche Cayman will start 13th, with Derek Ketchy starting 14th. He's in the number 15 STL Honda Civic. And Brian, over to you for the first start.
All right, here they come down the hill through turn 2. There is that Lotus Exige on the point, heading down towards the start stand. Oh, a little bit of dust there, but everybody seems to be gotten through fine. And there is Osiris Pena trying to hold on to second, or get into second, as they come up a hill, and he has got that position as they go up the hill and towards turn 3.
Yeah, indeed. He did not want to lose sight, Brian, of the Lotus Exige, who is in his class, managed to get around Jeff Durnell's GT3U machine as we get ready for start number 2.
Start number 2, under the bridge, green flag in the air, and here they go. This is now our second group of the day, of the session, heading down towards turn 1. They will try to get through nice and cleanly and up the hill. There is Mark Cefalo in fourth in that green and blue Planet Miata car. The rest of the field, they're up over the hill. Scotty B. White, they're second from last in this particular group, working his way up with that Mustang.
All right, Brian, and as they work their way through the S's, I think I mentioned when we ran down the grid there, Nick Hammond, who is in that red, white, and black Nissan 370Z. He did set the new track record in Touring 3, a 136.510. Another track record set as well. We've got a car off coming out of turn 7 on the back straight here, pulling aside, and that might be, I'm looking to see if that's possibly the Tony Ave GT3U Civic.
Although that looks a little bit like an RX-7.
Yeah, possibly. All right, well, we'll get the number here.
We'll know in a moment.
Exactly. We'll know. Yeah, that's not the Civic, obviously not. Brian, actually, it looks like a Mazda. We'll get that number here momentarily.
The
Oh, it is the
155 car.
No, it is the 165, Brian, of Jorge Nazario.
Oh, no.
There as he pulls over his STU machine. I was going to say, just as we were getting to talk about Tony Ave and his Honda Civic, that he set the new GT3U track record yesterday, as it is the first ever running of GT3U here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And as I say that, Jeff Durnell in the number 65 GT3U Mazda RX-7 gets around Richard Estacio to take the overall lead. The second GT3U machine of Stacy Wilson gets around Jose Osiris Pena to move up the third overall.
That's right. So it took about half the race yesterday for Durnell to make his way to the front of the race. Today he's there now, so he will take that point there in the GT3U class. And of course, we talked about it yesterday. They're working on balance of power because next year GT3U will be part of STU. So they're trying to work out that now. There is Mike Taylor there in that Acura with a couple of cars around him there. I believe that was Tony Ave next to him.
No, actually, Brian, Tony Ave did not make the race here today.
Okay.
But what that is, that's actually one of our STU BMWs, probably actually one of our touring car BMWs, as the leaders are coming up. But that is the battle for the lead in STL between Mike Taylor and Nick Leveroni. Here is trying to track which car
this is this is Zach Arnold in the STU number 33. You see
gotcha.
David Pinteric's car there. He gave the camera to Zach to run in this race, so that's who this is. As we can see Zach here heading down.
Yeah, there we go in the
turn
33 machine, currently running third in STU behind Estacio and Osiris Pena. So that's the BMW 330i. And Brian, looks like there might be a little few raindrops on the windshield coming down there.
Yeah, if you were with us between the races, we put the radar up a couple of times. There is a big splotch of rain on the radar just to the south and west of us here, and that's the direction the rain normally comes from and goes through this area. I've been through this a lot there, and it is and you can see the darker clouds off there as they are off towards, when you get to turn 6, you'll see the clouds. That's the direction that the rain comes from in this area. So it'll hit the track first at turn 6 and then go across the rest of the track. You might remember back in the day a huge wreck in the GT1 race at Road Atlanta during the runoffs, and that was turn 6 area, because that's what you get, where the area that gets the rain first typically at this racetrack.
And so Brian, I know that Brendan wasn't alive when that happened, so I just figured I'd mention that. But we also have the onboard there from Max Stallone in the number 03 machine. Now, Max Stallone yesterday had some issues during the sprint race where he had gone off, coming down through the S's, had to get some repairs done on that machine. We saw him take the car out for a hardship lap, and it looks like it's back up to speed. But look at this, Brian. We have over by the corner station at turn 9 a second car which is pulled off alongside the Nazario car, and I believe that is Salt Ferenczi's Acura Integra, the number 18 machine. Ferenczi, who yesterday finished 4th in STL, he's going to retire the car in 9th position after only 1 lap.
I think they got the email about coffee and cars at turn 9, so they are there this morning. And here we get back to the racing action here. I will note, Greg, that, you know, Brett, you're the same age as I am, so making old guy jokes to me does not help, by the way. So I appreciate that. 16 laps to go here. Still up front, it's Durnell, Estacio, Wilson, and Osiris Pena. That's your top 4 in this race. 2 GT3U cars, 2 STU cars. At the front here. We're taking a look at our second group is what we're watching right now. Right there, just in and out of our frame, that is Tristan Smith in the 58 car. He was our 3rd place finisher yesterday. He is trying to hold on to that possible finish again today. Right now, he is in 3rd place behind Nick Hammond and Juan Carlos Leroux Jr. And here they are now coming down towards turn 6 again.
All right, and Brian, one other big development now in STL. We saw early on where Mike Taylor was under attack from the Mazda Miata of Nick Leveroni, and it appears as though Leveroni has retired the car as well. He's now showing as a lap down from the rest of the STL field. I'll try and track and see if I can find if he's somewhere stopped on course. And actually, I can tell you exactly where he is, Brian. He's pulled over on the side of the track up by turn at number 3. Has the number 37 Miata. It looks like his day is now done.
Some attrition early in this race, 15 laps to go here. Still a lot of time. We're about only a quarter of the way through this race. There is Mike Taylor coming through there. And I don't see that car, but I'm sure it is there. The Flagtronics doesn't typically lie to us. Flagtronics, the new safety system inside the cars to let the drivers know of the flag condition. That's mandatory for all cars this weekend here at Road Atlanta. The first of the Super Tours where it is mandatory for all cars. It will now be mandatory for all Super Tours going forward. A big technology improvement here will help us in the long run. It'll help us keep these cars and races green flag quicker and longer. So we'll when we finally implement all of the features of Flagtronics, it'll be a really great advancement here for the SCCA.
All right, Brian, and we are getting word now from corner station number 2 that Nick Leveroni, when he pulled the car off, he has got a flat tire, which obviously no good for him. And that car is going to stay there till the end of the session. Great battle going on also in STL. We just saw it. This is the battle for third between Chuck Hines and Thomas Paolino. 2 Mazda Miatas, the green number 57. And then we've got, actually that is, the second car is not an STL car. That is our other Nissan. That's Jim Schlechter. There's the other car behind it. We've got Jim Schlechter in an STU Nissan, Chuck Hines in the number 57 car. You notice the joke there, Hines 57, and the green Mazda Miata. Of course, he spells his name Hines, but that's
57 flavors.
Yes,
exactly. As we've been reminded from our producer.
Yeah,
so.
Makes me want to stay.
Jeff Turnell is our race leader. Richard Estacio and the Lotus Exige second, followed by Stacy Wilson and a Mazda RX-7. Then you've got Jose Osiris Pena in 4th in the 199 Honda CRX, followed by Zach Arnold in the BMW 330. That's our camera car today. Mike Taylor is in 6th place in STL, followed by Peter St. Pierre, John Sewell, Blake Korth, and James Schlechter. That's your top 10. Right here is that Zach Arnold car heading down. This is the turn 9 area. He'll go down the hill right now, and he will get to, you can see it's a lot darker now than it was earlier. Here that car is making the left here. That's turn 10A up now, the apex to 10B, up the hill under the Fox Factory Bridge, down the hill towards turn 12. This is the character builder part of the racetrack. As he comes here, hits the apex. Look at that big cement wall out there. Thankfully, they've got some tires there, and he makes his way down to turn 1.
All right, Mike, and so right now he is running currently 3rd. Zach Arnold is in STU, about 15 seconds back. But I wanted to jump to this fight right now, coming through turn 5. This is not for the not for position in class. It is for the overall lead. And again, as we try to talk about this, these attempts to balance the power and the performance between the STU and the GT3 cars, we've got Jeff Turnell, who's your GT3U leader, there as he slices underneath a slower STL car, and then Richard Estacio in the Lotus Exige. He is your STU leader, and these both of these cars, small displacement, not a lot of torque. They both rely on the ability to carry speed through corners, and the big change here for the GT3U cars is, as opposed to their old GT3 spec, they now have to run a DOT approved tire, which is going to have a lot less grip than the tires that they used to run. In addition to that, they now have to run up to 250 pounds heavier than their original GT3 spec. That an extra 100 pounds given to the cars just starting this month in order to, again, more closely balance STU and GT3U. So even though it's not a battle for the win in class, it's, again, that measuring stick as we move towards 2026.
Absolutely. Keeping an eye on this is what we're going to watch, but let me tell you for a moment, we're not going to look at it at the moment, but Mark Cefalo, your new leader in T4, has just gotten past Ethan Barker. So Barker now moves to second. And then there's a big 16-second gap back to the third-place car in T4. That's Robert Spence. So Cefalo is now your race leader in T4. Durnell, as we're looking at here, trying to hold off Estacio in that Lotus Exige. That Lotus is just a pretty race car, Greg.
Oh, it absolutely is, Brian. A little bit further back here, coming through turn 6, you can see we've got now the Honda CRX of Jose Osiris Pena. And so the question then becomes, what just happened? And there it is. I was going to ask, what happened to the Mazda RX-7 of Stacy Wilson, who is our second-place car in GT3U? The last time we looked a lap ago, he was ahead of the Pena CRX. And not only did the Pena CRX get by, but also opened up about 15 car lengths. So we'll see. Wilson may have had a bit of an issue on that previous lap.
Well, they got around. Osiris Pena got around Wilson going in like between 6 and 7, and then those two slower cars were right in the mix when it happened. And I think that they slowed down Wilson enough where he just lost the momentum and wasn't able to keep there. So I think that's the situation. We kind of saw that develop when we had cut to this battle a little bit earlier. So 11 laps to go here. It's interesting when you watch the Lotus go through turn 2 there and 3, really hard on the curbs. Durnell barely tapping the curbs, so not taking a different approach there. I don't know if the Lotus feels like it might be a little more delicate and not want to hit the curb so hard, but definitely taking different lines through that portion of the racetrack. Durnell being really, really diligent to just barely touch the curbs, and the Exige hitting them a little bit harder.
All right, Brian, so I'm trying to track down, and actually I just saw it as they just came out of our view at turn 8, starting to head down. This is the battle right now between Tristan Smith and Andrea King in Touring 3. We've got the Nissan 350Z of Tristan Smith, and then Andrea King's Gulf liveried BMW 330. Battle for the last step on the podium in the Touring 3 class behind Nick Hammond and Juan Carlos LaRue. And
that's not what we're looking at.
Yeah, I was going. Well, that's the BMW actually, but that's also the Honda S2000 of Michael Reese, who's one of our STU machines. So we'll check here. Something may have happened on that last lap as I was trying to track those two racers down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Tristan Smith. Yeah, I think Andrea had a bit of an issue on that previous lap. Is Tristan Smith now ahead of Michael Reese by about 15 seconds, and I think on the previous lap, Andrea King had been right with Tristan Smith, so might have had a bit of an issue there.
And Tristan Smith is one of that cadre of SCCA drivers who only does the Super Tour. That's his home race. He doesn't travel the rest of the series, and but he's got tons of laps here at Road Atlanta. And we have a group of those drivers who are here at the Super Tours throughout the year who hit their home Super Tour, and then they stay and race locally at their regional and divisional events. And he is one of those drivers showing up well here in his group, but this is the only Super Tour he hits.
Well, right now he's running in third. Let's jump back to STL driver Max Stallone, who is in the, I think it is the number 03 Mazda Miata. He's got Thomas Paulino just a little bit further ahead. Paulino in the number 34 Mazda Miata. And the last time at the line, it was about 7 seconds. So I think it's actually this group of cars directly ahead of Stallone. Again, Stallone had some damage from yesterday, and the car might not be quite up to speed. He was running, I think, third in STL at the time that it happened. So.
Right. All right, 10 laps to go. Pretty much the halfway point here in our STL, STU, GT3U, T3, and T4 race. Let's take this opportunity to take our break, and when we come back, we will get you all the way to the finish line.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of the SCCA since 1995 and sponsored the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trials Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype and Prototype 2, please head to the grid. Race group 5, Formula Atlantic, Continental, FE2, P and P2, please head to the grid.
I'm back here on board with Zach Arnold, despite the fact that there's a Mustang in the picture. This is the BMW 330i, the 33 car.
Sacrilege, man.
Yeah, it is. But Dave Pinterick loaning the camera out to Zach so that we could have one more camera car here for our race coverage. So thanks, David, for that. Here he comes up over the hill here, and it is a beautiful drive here. He hits that apex on the inside of 12 perfectly, tracks out, head down towards turn 1 here, all by himself right now in 4th place overall. Looking out the back window, I don't see anybody behind him either, so this is kind of a Sunday drive at this point in time for the number 33 BMW.
Yeah, Brian, and it is at this point about a Sunday drive for him. Zach Arnold about 36 seconds back from Estacio and Osiris Pena. A little bit further up the road in that battle for the lead in STU, Richard Estacio had Jose Osiris Pena closing things down on him, and just as we went to break, came out of turn 12, maybe about 3 car lengths back from the Lotus Exige, and we just saw this huge, not just puff of white smoke, but cloud of white smoke out of the Pena CRX. And it seemed, at least for a couple moments, to lose pace, like he had missed a shift, and we thought maybe he had floated a valve. But there we go, coming through turn 12, Brian. He's right back to the rear of that Lotus Exige. And not only that, Jeff Durnell conceding the lead, the overall lead, to Estacio, with Pena slotting by as well. And I think Durnell, knowing that he doesn't have to necessarily worry about Stacy Wilson's Mazda RX-7 directly behind, let these 2 STU drivers by.
Tony Ave won yesterday's race, not racing today, but Durnell and Estacio were second and third. Right now, that script is flipped, and Estacio has gotten around, and now we have Osiris Pena, who had dropped out yesterday, in the mix. So it's interesting to see how this is all playing out here with 6 laps to go.
Yeah, and so when we saw that big puff of smoke from Pena, the first thing that came to my mind was, well, one, he had some issues yesterday, and then during qualifying on Friday, Brian, he had some fueling issues as well and had to retire the car only with, I think, like 1 lap into the Friday qualifying. And so good to see that whatever ailed it, at least for a while, one, it's still going, and two, it's still got power. A little bit further ahead, we see our leader in Touring 4, that is the Mazda RX-8 of Mark Cefalo, heading up the hill. And Cefalo at the moment in Touring 4, he's got about 3 seconds, actually it's I think now a little bit less than 3 seconds on Ethan Barker. Barker in the number 112 black and red Mazda MX-5 NC Mazda. Now I believe right the second red car in line here going into turn 1. And Brian,
yes,
I'm starting to think that maybe Jeff Durnell is having some issues with that Mazda. I mean, he's still carrying very good speed, but he also had these couple of Mazdas up ahead, and which have a much slower terminal speed than he. That he hasn't really been gaining on them as all that well, unless again he's just kind of dialed the car back, as he has about an 18-second advantage on Stacy Wilson in GT3U.
Yeah, that could be what's going on there, definitely. Just found out from John Weisberg that Tony Ave broke the flywheel in his car at the end of yesterday's race, even with winning, and that's why he's not out there today. So, there's a little bit of an off there at the exit of 7. That'll probably give Durnell what he needs to be able to get the momentum up the hill and get past that car, and you can see him go around it right now.
Yeah, and of course that also now gives a little bit of clearance to Mark Cefalo. That was Ethan Barker in the 112 NC Mazda Miata running second in Touring 4. And so whereas Cefalo had opened up about 4 seconds on Barker on the previous lap, and here's Cefalo once again. That should be extended maybe a little bit more, and we'll check that gap as they come across the line.
This time by, we'll go to 4 laps to go here in this race. Got 2 more races to go after this one. Actually, 3 more races to go after this one. So don't go anywhere, folks. Some big and fun racing to come. Estacio right there. Osiris Pena is not letting him get away. That's the battle for the lead in STU. Only less than a second between those 2 cars. A lot less than a second if you look right there. Estacio in that CRX. I'm sorry, Osiris Pena in the CRX. Estacio in the Lotus Exige.
And Brian, very interesting is Pena comes up right alongside Estacio going into turn 6. Estacio took a traditional line into turn 5, whereas we saw Osiris Pena turn in very late. Osiris Pena carried a lot of speed through turn 6, tried to come underneath Estacio into turn 7. Estacio tried to pinch him to the inside, so not great exit speed for either machine. So it literally turns into a drag race out of the corner and down towards turn 10. And we can see here where, at least for the moment, that Toyota-powered Lotus Exige has a little bit more straight line speed than the Honda CRX.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if Estacio burned the rear tires off of that car as he was trying to get past Durnell earlier in the race, and that's what's giving him an opportunity, or giving Osiris Pena an opportunity to have some action here in the twisty bits.
Yeah, it is, but and that may be the case, but I'll tell you, the move that Estacio made to pin Pena down to the inside going through turn 7 was, I would call it a master stroke, but it was a very good move because what it caused Pena have to do is it caused
there's a big spin. Osiris Pena, that's Estacio. That's going to hand the lead over to Osiris Pena as he tries to get going.
And just as you were wondering if Estacio had the rear wheels go or rear tires go out from under him, I was going to mention that Pena, if he got pinched going into 7, in a front-wheel drive car, that would be horrible. But, again, Estacio going maybe a little bit too deep into turn 3, not getting the car to rotate the way he wanted. Actually over-rotated through turn 3, goes around, and that, with now only 3 laps to go, hands a very large advantage to Jose Osiris Pena. All right, and we've got we had been following Zach Arnold's onboard here, and maybe if we can jump back to that for a moment here, because just ahead of this S2000, Brian, is our new third place runner in STU, the white Honda Civic of Peter St. Pierre. Gets around Zach Arnold and manages to get an STL car between he and Arnold. And that Honda Civic, it is with a K20C1 swap in it. It's a Honda Civic Type R drivetrain, much like Kevin Boehm took to the STU championship in 2018 at Sonoma. And this is the very first weekend out in this car for Peter St. Pierre out of Dallas, Georgia.
Yeah, St. Pierre looks like he's got more straight line speed than Arnold. He's pulling a little bit away here. Arnold was able to catch back up. There was also a slower car in the mix as well in front of St. Pierre. So very interesting change in running order all over the racetrack right now, with Estacio Pena taking the lead from Estacio, and Wilson able to, or St. Pierre being able to take third place from Zach Arnold. Different podium swap up here in STU in the closing laps.
Yeah, and we'll have to see there if St. Pierre can manage. It looks like he's extending that gap just a little bit as Arnold gets bulked a little bit behind Andrea King's Touring 3 car. The one issue that you have with those Honda Civics, whether they are in the Civic Type R bodywork or as they get moved over to something like this Civic Coupe, is that they deal with heat soak from those turbochargers, and many times towards the end of races start to lose power. But speaking of losing power, Brian, I believe it's Scotty B. White in his Ford Mustang moving into turn 1 very slowly, car considerably off pace. Actually, no, I don't think it's Scotty B. White. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's Randy Johnson in his Ford Mustang off pace. And the motor did not sound very good at all. And Brian, big changes in STL. Moving slowly, coming underneath the bridge there, the Michelin bridge. That's your STL leader and winner yesterday, Mike Taylor.
Yep.
And he is off pace, and I think he's going to pull that car off to the side.
Yes, he
does. Wow, and that's going to move his teammate John Sewell, also in an Acura Integra, to the lead.
If we could go back to that, we've got a new leader overall. Jose Osiris Pena slowing, coming out of 3. Richard Estacio just drove around to retake the lead after that big mistake in turn 2 earlier. But now Estacio is your leader. Pena going very slow through the S's. He may drop back even further. This may give Zach Arnold a chance to get back up on the podium.
All right, and white flag in the air, Brian.
Wow.
White flag in the air, last lap for our new overall leader, Richard Estacio. Actually, I think we were already working the last lap.
Yes,
so Richard Estacio, who comes out of turn 7, he is just when you need it. He's your new leader. And there's that off-pace Ford Mustang just came through the shot.
Well, here comes your race leader down towards turn 10 for the final time. He's going to have 3 corners to go here to take the checkered flag. Richard Estacio is in line to win this race. The big question now is going to be who is going to take the second place. Is it going to be Peter St. Pierre or Zach Arnold in STU? It looks like St. Pierre's got a big enough lead, but Arnold went from being a 4th place non-podium finisher here to end up probably being your 3rd place car. We should have hopefully an in-car him coming down the hill to take his checkered flag here in just a second. There he is.
And he's right behind Nick Hammond. Hammond, who is your Touring 3 leader, looking to repeat, Brian, his commanding win from yesterday. Nick Hammond currently with about a 6.5 second advantage over Juan Carlos Laroux's blue Subaru BRZ.
Here we go. 3 corners to go for a podium finish here for Zach Arnold as he comes up over the hill. He doesn't have to pass this car, but he may think about it. This is not a pass for class position. Here he comes under the checkered flag here for a 3rd place finish in STU.
All right, Brian, and just ahead of, we just saw the Honda Civic finishing 2nd, of course, in STU. Actually, let's just run them down. Richard Estacio, your overall winner. Peter St. Pierre finishes 2nd in STU. Zach Arnold will finish in 3rd. And Jim Schlechter then comes across the line in his Nissan, finishing 4th in STU, just off the podium. In STL, John Sewell will take the win. Chuck Hines will finish in 2nd. Hines finished on track just behind our overall leader, so finishes technically a lap down from John Sewell. Thomas Paulino will come home 3rd in STL in his Mazda Miata, and Mikey Taylor, I believe, will finish technically in 4th position, 2 laps down. In Touring 3, you saw there the rear of his Nissan 370Z taking the win for the 2nd day in a row. Nick Hammond, Juan Carlos LaRue will finish 2nd. Tristan Smith will finish 3rd, with Andrea King finishing in 4th. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo takes the win over Ethan Barker, and Barker really closed things down at the end, Brian. Was under 2 seconds back from Cefalo after having been as far as 4 seconds back. Scotty B. White finishes in 3rd. Rob Spence finishes 4th. And then finally, in GT3U, Jeff Durnell will take the win over Stacy Wilson.
All right, that is
good. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid. Race group 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, P, and P2. Please head to the grid.
All right, that'll do it here for race 4. We'll be back with race 5 here in just a few minutes. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Road Atlanta.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Picture your perfect garage. How many cars are in there? Great, great. Now picture reality. How many cars can you actually have? Me too. With SCCA Club Spec, one car becomes your daily, your track car, your autocross car, even your time trials car. S197 Mustang if you like V8s and torque, NC Miata if you like compact and agile. SCCA Club Spec, spirited dailies, competitive race cars. Learn more at scca.com.
We're back here at Road Atlanta. Group 5 up next. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, Prototype, and Prototype 2. The starting lineup, here's Greg.
All right, Brian, as we've got now our prototype cars and Formula cars out on track, we are going to once again have a split start. We're going to have the Formula Atlantics and the prototypes up front behind that Dodge Challenger. We've got our FE2s and Formula Continentals behind the Chevy Corvette pace car. We're going to start with them. Your pole sitter in FE2 today, out of Augusta, Georgia, driving the number 97 machine, it's Franklin Futrell. Von Mishko will start on the outside of the front row in his FE2 machine. He's out of Sylvan Lake, Michigan. Then we got Paul Schneider starting third. He's out of Charlotte, North Carolina in the number 73. Eric Wisniewski in the number 25 car. He's out of Mason, Michigan. Is Whitney Strickland out of League City, Texas, driving the number 49 car, with Ross Wolf starting sixth in the number 18 machine. He's out of Sammamish, Washington. Eric Cruz will start seventh in FE2, driving the 86 car. He's out of Williamsburg, Virginia. And then we've got friends with Texas's Roy Hillenberg starting eighth in FE2 in the number 111 car. Then we've got our pair of Formula Continentals, Eric Presby in his Van Diemen. He's out of Louisville, Texas, driving the number 35 car, and then Carter Sheets from Sagertown, Pennsylvania in the number 03 Van Diemen. Now let's move over to our front pack, our Atlantics and prototypes. John McAleer, your pole sitter, in the number 68 Swift 016. He's out of Roswell, Georgia, qualifying time 118.147. Nathan Bird will start on the outside of the front row in the number 39 Formula Atlantic JDR. He's out of Goodyear, Arizona. Charles Livingston, also in a JDR, will start third in the number 33 machine, with Wade Richardson, or Gary Crook, starting fourth in the number 99, then Wade Richardson and Stephen LaManna.
Here comes our Atlantics and prototypes down toward the start-finish line. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing for race number 5 here. We've got 19 laps to go. Here comes our FE2 cars down towards the line as well, nicely lined up as they take their green flag and make their way to turn 1 for the first time. Also fanning out 3 wide here.
And the cow car, or the pit cow car of Franklin Futrell holds off the field, and much like yesterday, Brian, already at about a 4-car length advantage heading up the hill, as we had Von Mishko and Paul Schneider battling it out for second side by side going into turn number 3. And it looks as though I think Schneider was able to take over second position there ahead of Mishko. Should mention here that Gary Crook in the number 99 prototype machine.
Off hard in the wall.
That is 18 machine going off Ross Wolf. Out of Sammamish, Washington in his FE2 car. He went off, and again, Ross Wolf starting 6th in FE2. We'll see here if they keep that as a local caution or if that brings out a full course here in just a moment. I was going to say, Brian, that not taking the green flag today, Gary Crook and Stephen LaManna, and we are going to a full course caution here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And so if we reset the field real quick here, right at the front, it is John McAleer, your leader in Formula Atlantic, with Nathan Bird second, Charles Livingston third. Wade Richardson is your prototype leader, running 4th overall, with William Niemeyer running right behind in 5th. Frank Futrell leads the Formula Enterprise 2 racers with Paul Schneider, Von Mishko, Wisniewski, and Strickland behind.
Unfortunately, the yellow flags came out late in that first lap. They were not able to get the pace car out, so they're going to have to go around, circulate 1 full lap, pick up the field, and collect the field before the course trucks will go out there to that car. So we'll have that situation happening here. They'll collect the field, and we'll be under full course yellow here for at least 2 or 3 laps, is my guess, Greg. So.
And coming up into turn 5, Brian, we had a couple of our Formula Enterprise 2 cars kind of got compressed a little bit there. Had one driver for a moment looked as though, not that he was trying to scrub in tires, but I think that he had to take evasive action to keep from running into the back. And I think that was Wisniewski, had to keep from running into the back of the number 77 Mishko machine.
Right. Let's do this, Greg. Let's get our break out of the way now while we're under the yellow, so we can talk more during our green flag laps later in this race. We'll take that break. We'll be right back. Stay with us, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, National Time Trial Program, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because they build them with the racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Back here live.
Didn't mean to do that, Brian. Forget that I just hit those horrible tones, Brian. Let's continue.
We're back here live at Road Atlanta. Got a little bit of time to kill here while they clean up that car at turn 5.
You want me to play the tones again?
The good news is we saw the driver out of that car, so he's okay. It'll take some moments to get that car. And I don't know how bad the tire wall was damaged there either. But Jordan, if you wouldn't mind putting up our track, the radar for us, I'd like to see that for a moment because we did have some weather in the area. And the purple dot in the middle, that is us. And we do have some stuff, whether it gets be heavy or not, or whether it kind of goes through to the south of us is still to be determined, but it is definitely wet in the area. And I think we'll probably get through this race okay. I'm not so sure we're going to get through the whole afternoon without a little bit of rain here. So, exactly, just in time for us to take all of our cameras down at the end of the race. So here's our
more importantly, we have to run the have to run the raincoats out to all the cameramen.
All right, here is our field here, nice and slow behind that Corvette pace car as they come up now through this area. 16 to go now. I'm going to guess that we're going to get probably another one more lap after this one. We'll know more when we get to turn 5 to see if there's anybody there.
Well, Brian, there are people there.
Still there.
Yes, exactly. And I was going to say, we can tell from our electronic system that the emergency services teams are still there. If you need a front wing, we've got one's off-price front wing from an FE2 machine if you need something.
And a little hot sauce with that wing, and it'll be good for lunch. You can see the car off in the distance up on the hook there. They'll be carrying that down. Probably be able to pull it in at turn 7. So we should be able to, if they can get this thing going, maybe one more lap under the yellow. I don't think we'll be able to go back to green on this lap. So Got a whole bunch of people in the chat with us right now. Good time to say hi to them. Tim Adolfson, James Dean in the chat. Dylan Lee is here. Thanks for being here, Dylan. Appreciate that. Charles Dylan McTudis. I've heard of him before. He is in the chat now. He'll be in a race car a little later.
Well, he was there for the last group. I was going to say this is not a Spec Miata race. I think he was there for the last session.
Yeah.
We've got Dean Dibdahl in the chat, and Dean, great Spec Miata racer. I know he races with another organization. One of these days, we're going to see young Dean here racing in the Super Tour. I think he now lives originally in Florida, down in North Carolina. I know puts in a lot of time with some races at Carolina Motorsports Park. But I'd like to see him here race in the Super Tour. I know in iRacing he has a penchant for burning tires off. I'd like to see if that's the case in a Spec Miata.
George took down the schedule just before I had time to talk about it. Next up for us, there it is going to be NOLA. That's New Orleans Motorsports Park there, March 22nd, 23rd. I will be at that race. Then we've got Greg going to a couple more races. Green flag already. Awesome news here, folks. We are back to racing action. We'll tell you more about that schedule later. Here comes our field into turn one. Nice single file one mover. That is our FE2 leader, Franklin Futrell, in that white and red polka dotted spotted cow car, as we like to call it.
Right.
And he is making moves fast here. He has passed 3 or 3 cars. They're not even at turn 4 yet.
Yeah, indeed. And again, Futrell, a former Spec Race Ford champion, FE2 champion, I think also Formula Mazda champion previously as well. Unfortunately, if you remember, Brian, the national championship runoffs this last year, speaking of spotted cows, was at Road America, that other road.
Yes.
And unfortunately, Franklin, who was one of Sports Car Magazine's picks to win in FE2, was not able to make the trip because it came right on the heels of those huge hurricanes that we had that created so much havoc in western North Carolina and Georgia. And it was very, very unfortunate that we couldn't have him. So hopefully this year, when we go back to the National Park of Speed, we'll have some extra spotted cow.
Yep, he made the smart choice to do what was best for his family there and stayed home working. Oh, look at the big wiggle there. Such a big wiggle that car got off on the grass. I hope that it made it across. Yep, it made it just fine. And back on the gas, hopefully not too much in the, that's Vaughn Mishko in the 77 car that went off there.
Yeah, and Brian, Mishko had been running third in FE2. That now allows Eric Wisniewski out of Mason, Michigan, to move up into third spot, take that last possible podium position. Mishko from Sylvan Lake, Michigan, now moves back in the fourth. And Whitney Strickland, who for many, many years raced in Spec Racer Ford, now in FE2, he's out of League City, Texas, starts to close things down on the Mishko car as he sees maybe a little bit of blood in the water.
No question there. It is McAleer, Baird in the Formula Atlanta cars and the FE2 car hunting them down. Franklin's a little bit slower. His fast lap is a 1:25.4. John McAleer's a 1:23, which is how it should be. These Formula Atlanta cars should be quite a bit faster than that FE2 car. Here they come now through 10B, up the hill towards 11. That is Futrell in the second car there, the white with the red spots on it. Another one of those cars, and if you ever get a chance to see it at the racetrack, stop by and say hi. It's a beautiful paint job on that car. There it is right there, second car through the frame.
And so McAleer, who just resets fast lap, Brian, in the session at a 1:21.569, about 3.5 seconds off of his qualifying pace. Is opened up now almost 6 seconds on the JDR of Nathan Bird. McAleer this year finishing just off the podium in 4th position in Formula Atlantic. He also did run in Prototype 1, and he had been running prototypes here for many, many years, and unfortunately did not finish, had to retire that car after starting in 7th position. We'll see if he. I haven't seen him yet with a new P car. I think he's almost exclusively going with that Swift Atlanta car this season.
Yeah, sounds like McAleer's in kind of, get the car to home mode with that 6-second lead. No reason to really push it. Rebuilding motors in these Formula Atlanta cars is not an inexpensive proposition. So if you can have an easy run to a checkered flag, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Well, he's got a little bit of pressure off obviously here. When he qualified about 2.7 seconds faster than Nathan Bird did in the 1000cc JDR motorcycle motor machine. But also Charles Livingston in the other JDR, who qualified third fastest, was about 5 seconds off of McAleer's pace. Livingston now falls back to 8th position overall, behind a good portion. Actually, our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, behind 5 in the Formula Enterprise 2 machine that started off in that second pack. Of course, that second pack brought forward when we had the full course caution.
12 laps to go. FE2, Futrell, Schneider, Wisniewski, your top 3, then Mishko and Whitney Strickland, followed by Eric Cruz and Roy Hillenberg. In Formula Atlantic, McAleer in Bird, that's your top 2, with Charles Livingston, as we were talking about. Prototypes, Wade Richardson, and then Carter Sheets.
Oh, and look, I got a reply from Dean Dibdahl in the chat. And by the way, Dean, I think now is, I don't know, Dean, you don't have to put it in the chat. Don't give away anything major. I think he's now maybe 15 or 16. We remember when when he started with some of the leagues that Larry Lefty McLeod and I were calling back in 2020 and 2021. I think he was like 12 or 13 years old. So good to see him in his motorsports career really taking off. I mean, he is in the organizations that he races for incredibly fast in a spec Miata, and he's shown really good racecraft. Glad and very happy to see it. All right, hey Brian, why don't we do this? Because we've got a little bit of time here, about 11 laps to go. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group, and why don't we take a look at that upcoming schedule?
Love it. Ooh.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6. E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. E Production, F Production, H Production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Before we go to that schedule, coming out of turn 5 there on that long shot from 6, I saw a huge piece of debris fly through the air. Okay, we're being told it's the front shock cover off of the 77 car, which will be the 3rd car in line coming towards 10 right now, the white car. That came flying off at the exit of turn 5, and really it's surprising to see that thing fly through the air. But anyway, let's pull that schedule up here and take a look at it. Up next here for the Super Tour is NOLA, March 22nd, 23rd. And of course, NOLA stands for New Orleans, Louisiana Motorsports Park. And then, so I'll be at that race. Greg will be then at VIR and Hallett in April. And then a string of races. We got the West Coast swing, or one more West Coast race. Portland International, May 10th and 11th. Then Mid-Ohio and Road America, two courses near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, for the June sprints, that's going to be another great one, and as always, a tune-up for the national championship runoffs this year.
We're also hearing that the next build of iRacing is going to have Portland International Raceway on iRacing, and that's supposed to get released Tuesday. So all of you can go out there and learn Portland, and then bring your race cars out there so we get a nice big entry out there. Portland's a really cool racetrack. It's a long ways away for the East Coasters, but my gosh, if you could get out there, it is an absolute hoot to drive Portland.
That Delta Park complex, Brian, is so wonderful. Of course, the Rose Cup, huge race there every year. City owned by the city of Portland, and only 10 turns, a little bit less than 2 miles, if I remember correctly, but it is such a challenging course.
Yeah.
It actually reminds me quite a bit, with the exception of the what used to be known as the Festival Chicane. There, with that exception, it actually reminds me very much of a Summit Point Raceway in the way it runs, with a very long front straight, which is, by the way, used on Friday nights for drag races there by the city. A nice little carousel section winds through the woods. It's a cool racetrack. I love it.
Yeah, those in the Chicago area would liken it to Blackhawk Farms. Very, very flat, lots of tight corners, but it does have a little bit of flow to it. It's a fun course, so that's going to be fun to have on iRacing.
And it's got. And I was saying, it's got geese that will stare you down, actually threaten you to hit them, and they won't move. They'll just stare at you.
It'll just be dinner. All right, looking at our rundown here, Franklin Futrell has opened up a 5.2-second lead over Paul Schneider in FE2. And then you've got Eric Wisniewski behind him, about another 6 seconds. Vaughn Mishko, Whitney Strickland, Eric Cruz, Roy Hillenberg. In Formula Atlantic here with 8 to go, John McAleer has opened up 20 seconds over second place Nathan Bird. And Nathan Bird is right there ahead of Franklin Futrell. So there's how that plays out there. Your third place car in Formula Atlantic is Charles Livingston. Now taking a peek at our prototype cars, Wade Richardson in first, followed by William Niemeyer in second place. And that's how they stand right now. 8 laps to go here. If you're new to the SCCA, you see the guys right there with the white and the orange jacket there right underneath the Chevrolet sign. Those are our corner workers. Best seat at the track. If you want to become a volunteer here, you can go to scca.com and find your local region. If you're in the Atlanta area, you'd want to go to the Atlanta region website. You can get a hold of the folks there, so you can go racing at Road Atlanta, be there as part of the team. And it's awesome to do that. Lots of different volunteer opportunities. And even if you don't want to stand on a corner, have you all come out there. But there's another one of our corner workers there. And that is turn 7 we're looking at.
That's right. And Brian, if our viewers do want to contact the Atlanta region, they can actually, it's very easy, atlantascca.org.
Can we go back to that third camera, shot 7, shot 4 one more time? Even if it's wide, that's fine. So if you see that little porta-john there to the left, there's a cement post on the other side. If you back into that with a pickup truck, you put a big dent in your rear fender. Don't ask me how I know.
And that is why Jordan has just hit it behind the ticker. All right.
Exactly.
We've got sitting in the chat right now, Brian, Legendary, spelled D-A-I-R-Y, Racing. He says his SCCA debut will be at Blackhawk Farms in a month. Good luck to you, Legendary Racing. Can't wait to see it. And Amy Lynn Racing, she is waiting for the H production race, which is due to be up next. And we had, my God, what a barn burner we had in H production yesterday between Jesse Prather, Chuck Mathis, and also Steve Sargis. And actually, I guess we can include Chris Albin in that as well. It was 4 cars at the end. Any one of them could have won.
That was a huge loose moment there for our prototype leader, Wade Richardson, in that store WF1. What a great job to collect that car and keep the wheel pointing momentarily in the wrong direction, but then back in the right direction.
And Brendan, if you look in the chat here, our producer Brendan, Amy Lynn Racing says that she will be racing at the Watkins Glen Super Tour, and we're more than if we'd like to put a camera in her H production Beetle, and I'm sure that's a new Beetle. Amy, is it a Fun Cup Beetle, which actually would have been a GT Light car? So, or is it a new Beetle?
I love it. We don't have enough Beetles racing here. I will just say that. I'm going to go out on a limb and say we need some more Fun Cups or some more Beetles out here. 6 to go here. No changes in order pretty much anywhere on the racetrack. It is McAleer, Bird up front, then Futrell, Schneider, Wisniewski, Mishko. That's your top 6. Livingston is in 7th. He just got around Whitley Strickland, but that's not for class or anything like that, just a position on track. So that's how we stand at this moment.
All right, and yeah, I was going to say, and it's actually Brian Metcalf who is racing. Now that makes more sense to me, and it is actually a new Beetle convertible that will be in H production.
Nice. Very cool.
All right, and look at this. We've got Tiffany Bingheim in the chat. She's been the flag chief for the national championship runoffs, I think, the last couple of years. Joining in that they've got driver school. Descendive has their driver school in a month. Of course, by the way, if you're interested in learning how to flag, I'll give you one, and even earlier next weekend at Summit Point Raceway, the Washington, D.C. region of the SCCA holds its annual driver's school and also novice flagger school as well. You can go to wdcr-scca.org to get in more information about that. We'd love to see new volunteers show up for our race weekends, and this is a great way to get involved before our first race of the season, which is at the end of this month.
Well, and speaking of driver school, you know, while we cover the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour here, which is the top flight of SCCA amateur road racing in the U.S., we do also have the opportunity to take someone who has absolutely no experience racing cars, to get them out on the racetrack in a variety of ways. But if you want to go wheel-to-wheel racing right from driver's school, no experience needed. We'll teach you what you need to know to be safe and hopefully a little bit faster on the racetrack. And down the road, a couple of races, you could end up racing right here with these cars on a Hoosier Racing Super Tour. It's not just this top-level racing that we do on the Super Tour. SCCA offers all of that right from the newbie beginner all the way to the potential national championship. So
thought there was something coming after the so. Attention in the paddock. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group number 6, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec racers, please head to the grid.
Keep it right here, Jordan. That piece of white debris that I saw flying earlier, if you look at the bottom of the screen there it is, and as is often and almost always the case, Brendan, our producer, was absolutely correct. It does look like the shock cover on that car. And
From that Atlantic, yeah.
Yeah, it is right there. Someone will pick that up. It won't be a souvenir. They'll get that back to you because you'll want to put that back on the race car. 4 to go here in Formula Enterprises 2. Your race leader, Franklin Futrell, has the race well in hand with a 7-second lead over Paul Schneider. Eric Wisniewski second, Vaughn Mishko third, Whitney Strickland in fifth. Then we've got our Formula Atlantic race, John McAleer, Nathan Bird 1 and 2. There's about, I'm going to guess at this point it'll be about a 20-second gap here. 31-second gap. Wow, that's a big lead there for McAleer, and he's taking it easy with a 1:19 purple lap. He just dropped his fast lap of the race. Dean Dibdahl says his debut race for the SCCA was going to be this weekend, but it was Mom's birthday. You know, would have been a great way to celebrate Mom's birthday here at the racetrack.
Yeah, but if he did, but I was going to say, but if he didn't celebrate Mom's birthday, Dean would have been grounded. So
I love it. It's okay. Bring Mom out here.
Rich would have seen to that, or they would have taken his Volkswagen Jetta away. One of the two.
There you go. There you go. Yuri Colossos in the track. He's usually with us for our Florida races. Star Wars Racing Yuri.
Well, and actually, I think he is. He's looking after Mason Workman in the 52
sure.
F production Miata, looking for him to put in a good showing today. Mason, our defending national champion in F production.
2 laps to go here as we wrap this one up. Next up is that production car race that we were talking about, I believe. Now I'm going to go back and pull the schedule up to make sure I'm right. Yes, it is the production car race next with that huge H production field, one of the bigger H production fields I've ever seen at a Super Tour, really showing up this weekend. Also should mention that they have their H production national championship, an offshoot that the H production racers do for themselves. I believe that's at Mid-Ohio this year, right, Greg?
It is at Mid-Ohio, hosted by the Ohio Valley region of the SCCA. And you give me a second, I'll pull up the date for you. It's actually going to be in conjunction with the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series.
Right, you're going to be there.
Yeah, I hope to be there. A lot of things have to come together.
Oh, okay,
but,
I thought that was already done. Sorry, I spoke out of turn.
That's okay. But if you keep talking it up, it'll put pressure on some other people to bring us out there.
There you go.
That event is going to be. Oh my gosh.
Well,
Where
you're looking
is it?
that up. We're on our last lap here, getting this thing home. John McAleer, that's the car that I believe the black car we're looking at right here in that Swift 016. He is from Roswell, Georgia, just up the street, a little bit east of where we're at right now.
And it's August 9th and 10th, Brian.
There you go. McAleer is making his final few corners here. Actually, that's him right there driving around the FE2 car. So it's the second car in line.
Soon to be the first car in line.
Now the first car in line, yes.
Call me Kreskin, man.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. That's right, the great Karnecki. Here he comes through 10A and 10B, up the hill and down the hill one final time. Next time here, the checkered flag will be in the air. Here he comes through 12. Maybe one of the easiest races to victory he's probably ever had. There is your race winner, John McAleer from Roswell, Georgia, winning Formula Atlantic.
All right, and following John across the line, Brian, just a couple seconds back, actually it was one of the cars that's a lap down. I think it might have been, I think it was Roy Hillenberg there, pardon me, it was William Niemeyer in his prototype car here. There's Niemeyer, pardon me, as we now have Nathan Bird in the red and white Formula Atlantic JDR slicing down the hill. He is going to come home second in Formula Atlantic. And then we've got Wade Richardson, who takes the win in the prototype class in his store. In Formula Enterprises 2, Frank Futrell.
There he is.
There he goes in the cow car, in the spotted cow. Franklin Futrell takes the win in Formula Enterprises 2 with Paul Schneider about 3.5 seconds behind. Eric Wisniewski will finish in third. Von Mischko just now crosses the line in fourth. Whitney Strickland finishes in fifth, with Eric Cruz finishing sixth in FE2. In Formula Continental, just a single driver taking to the track today, and that was Carter Sheets. Sheets wins for the second day in a row. Congratulations to him.
All right.
So I was going to say, let me make a call to the grid, Brian. Last call for for our next group, and then we'll take a little break. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid, race group number 6. E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid. Race group number 6, E production, F production, H production, and B-Spec. Please head to the grid.
That's going to do it. We'll take our break. When we come back, it was a great race yesterday. Hopefully they'll do it again today. Our production cars, B-Spec cars, that's next. And then after them, Spec Miata. Should be 2 good ones. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, Group 6 race, E production, H production, F production, B-Spec. And here we go, Greg. You've got the starting lineups.
Yes, sir, I do, Brian. And gosh, I'm hoping for something like we had yesterday. It was an amazing race in multiple classes. Much like yesterday, we're going to have two different groups heading out, two different pace cars. We've got our our production drivers who are heading out right now. You see them leaving the grid. And then behind, we're going to have our B-Spec racers. I'm going to give you the B-Spec cars here first. Starting on pole in B-Spec, out of Willis, Texas, driving his Mazda 2, the number 59 car, Gail Corley. Blair Deffenbaugh driving the number 87 B-Spec Honda Fit out of Sylva, North Carolina. Stuart Black driving the number 40 Chevy Sonic out of Greensboro, North Carolina. He starts third. Starting fourth in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt. He's driving the number 19 Chevy Sonic. Chris Taylor, we'll see if that car makes it back out. He had some axle issues yesterday. The number 134 car from Elroy, Texas, starts in fifth position. Joe McClugan starting in sixth, also in a Mazda 2. He's out of Marion, Texas, driving the 36 car. Royce Robinson driving the 62. B-Spec Mazda 2 is out of Wilson, Wyoming, while Jason Grant calls North Fort Myers, Florida home. He is driving a Honda Fit. The number 02 car starts in 8th position. C. Lee Davis driving a Mini Cooper. He's out of Marietta, Georgia, starting in the 9th position. And John Robinson starting 10th, driving the number 46 car. He's in a Mazda 2. Let's move over to the production cars. On the pole in E production today with a qualifying time of 1:35.116 and a Caterham 7, it's Peter Norton. Tyler Ladd, your defending E-Production National Champion, driving the number 151 E-Production BMW Z3, starts second. Mason Workman, he's your defending F-Production National Champion. He's from Canal Winchester, Ohio, driving a Mazda Miata, the number 52 car, starts third. Chris Bovis, driving the number 178 F-Production Honda CRX, starts in fourth position, with Bill Miller driving the number 47 E-Production BMW 328. He starts fifth. Starting on the outside of row number 3 in sixth is the number 63 F-Production Mazda Miata from Alvin, Texas. It's Steven Simons. Ken Kennard driving the number 51 F-Production Acura Integra out of Sebring, Florida, starts seventh, with Doug Piner in the 06 E-Production BMW Z3 starting in eighth. Starting ninth, driving the number 86 E-Production Alfa Romeo, it's John Bauckham, with our H-Production pole sitters, Chuck Mathis, starting 10th, driving the 54 Volkswagen Rabbit. Mark Webber in his F-Production Mazda Miata starts 11th. Steve Sargis starting second in H-Production, 12th overall in the number 18 Triumph Spitfire. Then we've got Jesse Prather. He is your H-Production defending national champion. He starts 13th in the number 34 Mazda 2. He's out of Topeka, Kansas. Then we've got Chris Albin. He's going to start 14th in his H-Production Volkswagen Golf. Don Tucker starts 15th, driving the number 9 E-Production Mazda Miata, and Thomas Burt in the number 0 E-Production Mazda RX-7. As our production field now, Brian, comes down out of turn 12 with the pace car on the pit lane. Over to you for the start.
And they are perfectly lined up, side by side, 2 by 2, like we like to see it. As they come down now under the start stand, green flag is in the air, and they are already fanned out 3 wide throughout the entire field. And there they come through turn 1 at this moment. Yep.
Yeah, and Brian, much like yesterday, Tyler Ladd jumping out to an early start, going around Peter Norton's Caterham 7. We'll see if he can hold on to that as the B-Spec racers now take a start.
There are your B-Spec cars doing pretty much the same thing, 2, 3 wide here towards turn 1 for the first time here. And they are looking like they're making it through just fine as they come up over the hill, down towards turn 2 and turn 3. Here they come, peeking over the hill. And
all right, Brian, as they come down the hill now, taking an early lead, that is Gail Corley with Blair Deffenbaugh sitting in third place. We didn't mention this. Stuart Black, driver of that blue and white number 40 Chevy Sonic. He retired early yesterday, had actually lost the motor. Well, didn't lose it. It actually blew up. His crew worked all night, put a new motor in that car. They tested it out this morning. Little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car when they tested it out first thing. But more importantly, he's got it on track, as does Chris Taylor in the number 34, that orange Mazda 2, the orange, white, and blue machine, as they had some issues with the rear axle on that car. Actually had a wheel lockup, and he retired early. If you remember, his beautiful mother, Paula, checked in, actually texted me during the race wanting to know where his son was. I thought maybe he was at the shopping mall or something. I didn't know.
It's 9 p.m. Do you know where your son is?
Exactly.
Here comes our first group of leaders under the start stand for the first time under green flag conditions here. And lap 1 in the books. Your leader right now is Tyler Ladd, Peter Norton, Bill Miller. But look at H-Prod already hot and heavy. Your first place car after lap 1, national champion, defending national champion Jesse Prather, followed by Chuck Mathis, Steve Sargis. That sounds a lot like yesterday, doesn't it, Greg?
Yes, indeed it does. It sounds exactly like yesterday.
And here they come up through the S's. Just an absolute beautiful look to watch these cars come through this area.
And so I was going to say, Brian, we talk about Chuck Mathis, although we've got him, surrounded by national champions like multi-time champion Steve Sargis, multi-time champion and defending champion Jesse Prather. Should, of course, give a little bit of credit there to Mr. Mathis, who finished second at the runoffs last year to Jesse Prather. Had a great run in his Volkswagen Rabbit, and I'm sure obviously looking to move up the grid here this year as we now check here. And again, Tyler Ladd, who is racing the ex-Jesse Prather BMW Z3, car that Prather won multiple national championships in. He took an early lead over Norton yesterday, but that much smaller, much lighter, much more nimble Caterham, after about 2 laps, was able to jump to the lead, and looks like Norton's looking to repeat history here.
Yeah, definitely. If there was a track made for the Caterham, I think it is Road Atlanta. I think he was really strong here last year as well, if I remember correctly. So this, has a really good combination of twisty bits and a little bit of power sections, and it really does well with the Caterham. If we stick with the shot a little bit here, we're going to see our H production leaders come through here. Here's some more of our E and F production race, but here they come. Right there, that blue car is Jesse Prather, followed by Steve Sargis and Chuck Mathis. That is 1, 2, and 3 in H production. These 3 cars put on an absolute masterclass yesterday. A wonderful racing throughout the entire race, and we will see if they keep that going one more day here, which is what I am certainly hoping for.
Yeah, indeed, Brian. And of course, there was a 4th car involved, and that was Chris Albin. We're just going to now see Albin cresting over the hill coming out of turn 5 in that yellow Volkswagen Golf, the tallest of those 4 cars right there. And obviously a little bit further back than he expected right now as he's mired in some other H-Prod traffic. He's got the Brannon car, Fiat X19 right with him. In addition to that, another one of our X19s from Braden Connolly as well, as he is trying to make his way around and maybe challenge our top 3.
There comes our lead pack there. This is E-Production, Peter Norton and Tyler Ladd. Ladd's trying to hold on and hold off Peter Norton, and he does it again for one more lap.
And you notice this time, Brian, Tyler Ladd mixed things up a little bit. The previous 2 laps, he's taken a traditional line into turn 1, tried to enter the corner from all the way driver's left to carry speed up the corner, but he ended up having to scrub off speed as Peter Norton tried to slide underneath him. That Caterham able to brake much later. It is a far lighter machine than the BMW Z3. This time, Ladd took a much more defensive line, entered that corner from center of track, and I suspect that given where Peter Norton is right now, we're likely going to see that going into turn 10 as well. The question is whether or not Tyler Ladd can hold off Peter Norton for, another 16 laps.
Let's talk about F-Prod for just a minute here. F-Prod's one of those consolidation classes here that we have at the SCCA. Typically with Mason Workman in the Miata, Doug Piner in the BMW Z3. Those are your traditional F production cars. We've got Chris Bovis and a Honda CRX. That is one of the GT Light cars that is racing in F production now. And we're seeing Chris Bovis now in 3rd overall in F production.
In F production, yeah. As a matter of fact, and he's right behind 2023 national champion Ken Kennard in that orange Acura Integra. Kennard going to try to slot underneath this Mazda Miata. And so the interesting thing here with Bovis in the white CRX, also trying to come underneath that Mazda Miata. Actually, that's not the Miata. I think that was actually the E-Production Fiat, probably, or Alfa Romeo. Sorry, the Alfa Romeo Spider there of Balkum. The interesting thing, you know, we talked about in a previous group about how they're planning to merge GT3U and STU, and that's by putting GT3 cars on DOT tires and adding weight. Of course, GT Light was already on slicks, much like F production. The big change has to do with aero, where GT Light cars could run a rather large wing on the rear to generate additional downforce, whereas as they move over to F production, that is no longer an option. And we can see that CRX has no wing on the rear, and especially with the CRX, when you have an incredibly short wheelbase, and of course it's a front engine and front wheel drive car. Not a lot of weight in the rear of that chassis.
Right. Here is our new B-Spec leader. That is Blair Deffenbaugh right there in the front in the 87 car. But everyone stacked up behind him. Gail Corley, Chris Taylor, Josh Schmidt, all right there. No breathing room for Deffenbaugh at all.
Yeah, and Brian, this is going to be interesting here, as Deffenbaugh is going to try to get around the Honda CRX. That is the H Production CRX of Rob Horrell, running a bit off pace, and we can see here now Horrell doing a good job of trying to keep out of the way, although to the point where he's off in the grass a couple of times. But this entire B-Spec field, or not the entire field, but the majority of the field, manages to get by. It's Deffenbaugh. Gail Corley, who was our pole sitter and prior leader in B-Spec, Chris Taylor, now moves into 3rd position in his machine, ahead of both of the Chevy Sonics, Josh Schmidt and Stuart Black, who were both Josh Schmidt, a podium finisher yesterday, just off the podium right now. Stuart Black as well in that group, and I'm sure those two Chevy Sonics are going to try to work together to draft back up to the smaller displacement Mazda 2s and Honda Fits.
You can see Deffenbaugh there trying to, quote-unquote, break the draft a little bit, or maybe something else as he goes down the back straight there.
Break the wind, is that what you were going to say, Brian?
Maybe so, maybe so. Gail Corley, though, not having any of it, staying right on the rear bumper as Deffenbaugh does a little weaving down that back straight. There they all go through 10A, nose to tail, top 5 cars there in B-Spec, up over the hill. And when they come back down, it's going to be 13 laps to go here for these cars.
All right, Brian, I also wanted to mention in H Production, we talked about that great fight we had yesterday. Chuck Mathis set the new H Production track record yesterday on his way to winning the class. Turned in a fast lap time of 1:41.624. And that previous track record, I think, at H Production had been sitting here for quite some time. We had some other race. I think the previous racer who had the track record was Vesa Silgren, Honda CRX racer from down here, who also happened to be our 2019 H Production National Champion. He retired the car early yesterday, and I don't believe that he was able to bring that car out. As a matter of fact, in H Production, 3 drivers not starting. Vesa Silgren, Larry Safetin, who got into an incident with his Fiat X19 during qualifying on Friday, and then John Fine, who Friday morning had a mechanical issue as well, was not able to get his Honda Civic repaired. But look at this, Brian, the fight for the E-Production lead is they are trying to now make their way through the B-Spec race. And look at Blair Deffenbaugh trying to get a draft off of Tyler Ladd to get pulled away from the rest of the B-Spec field.
Yeah, could not have been a worse spot for that E-Production lead. 2 cars to hit the slower B-Spec cars coming up through the S's and having to follow them through and then trying to make the pass going into 6. And you can see, oh, look at the big brake lock up there by Peter Norton as he tries to make up the space between him and Tyler Ladd. Now you've got some argy-bargy going on here with the B-Spec group as they come to the second, or come to 10A and 10B, and that is Chris Taylor's going to go back to maybe 3rd or 4th place here.
No, Brian. Chris Taylor, he is firmly in 2nd place.
Oh,
we had
Gale
right
Corley
behind him. Yeah, we had right behind Gale Corley popped over the curbing at the entrance to 10A. We had Josh Schmidt pop over the apex curbing at 10B. Both drivers lost a ton of momentum to Chris Taylor, exited side by side. And the one driver who was kind of caught out, who's got that backup motor in the car and had nowhere to go, was Stuart Black. Sure, if it wasn't that section of the tracks, Black probably would have been able to move up in the 3rd.
There is, oh, we got a car spun there at the top of the hill there. Not quite sure who that is. That looks like it might be an Acura Integra, maybe, but I don't think we have any Acuras in this.
Yes, we absolutely do have an
Integra.
Do we? That is the Acura Integra is, and I don't think it is him. Is our F production driver that? Pardon me, Ken Kennard, but I don't think that's the Kennard car up there.
No, that's not the Ken Kennard car, but it still looks like. Is there another one?
I believe that is I think that's the number 91. I think that's the Rob Horrell CRX.
Okay.
Actually, that was up at the top of the hill. Indeed, yeah, that is Rob Horrell's H production Honda CRX. He now gets that car back underway.
He's back in it here, as that's Chris Albin coming up on that slower car right now in the yellow Volkswagen. Back here to our B-Spec cars, they come down the back stretch, still Diffenbaugh in front. And there's some more action here, more attempts to make the passes here, going under braking into turn 10.
And that was Josh Schmidt that time, who went very deep from the inside. But as he does that, Brian, and as you're going to see him many times, you carry more speed, you brake later, it leaves you where you don't have enough exit speed, and that allows Gale Corley now to get back around Josh Schmidt, move up in the 3rd place, and look there as Stuart Black now gets right up to the corner panel of Schmidt as they come down the hill and through turn 10.
And we've got a brand new leader in B-Spec, Chris Taylor, taking advantage of all of that going on behind him to get around Blair Diffenbaugh in that whole group of passes as well. And he has now taken over the lead here in B-Spec.
All right, let's see, Brian, if we can jump back to our H production fight as we see Chris Taylor move to the lead. They're coming up the hill towards turn 3 right now.
Yep.
Yeah, there they are, and it is Jesse Prather. He's got about 4 car lengths in the blue Mazda 2 with Chuck Mathis, yesterday's H production winner, looking to hold off Steve Sargis right now. And both of those cars, I think, lapping slightly faster than the Alfa Romeo ahead.
Oh, that is not the suggested line through 5 for that B-Spec car. I don't know which one that was.
That was the 02 Honda Fit of Jason Grant.
Okay.
That ran wide there, Brian, and as he was fighting it out with Seeley Davis, and I think also, with Joe McClugan in his Mazda 2. But we see now as they're coming up behind those cars, and Grant still having some agricultural excursions. That has now closed up the H production battle much closer. And again, they're coming up, the H production drivers coming up onto the back of John Baucom's E-Production Alfa Romeo Spider. The last time through, Prather, Mathis, and Sargis were all almost 0.2 of a second faster than Baucom's Alfa.
Yep, here comes Jesse Prather. That's the blue car right behind him, Mathis, and now a couple of B-Spec cars between Mathis and Sargis, holding up Sargis. That's good news for Chuck Mathis, but Sargis should be able to, oh, that was really close there as they almost touched side by side. You can see that B-Spec car had to take a little bit of an evasive move and got in the dirt a little bit, Greg.
Yeah, Brian, I don't think that Joe McClugan in that Mazda 2 knew that Sargis, and again, that Spitfire is so low to the ground without a top on it. I don't think McClugan knew that he was there and that he was going towards the apex as McClugan came down on him. Luckily, Joe McClugan, I think, figured it out pretty darn quickly, moved back to the outside, but in doing so, almost ran off track coming out of turn 12.
Well, in the end, it all worked out, thankfully, but that was a bit of a moment for both of those drivers. As you see, Sargis now coming up over the hill at 5, and now all of those cars heading down towards turn 6. Sargis, though, has a big gap to make up now to catch back up to Mathis here.
Hey, if we can jump back over, I think, the turn 2 camera now, coming up the hill, the battle for the overall lead, Brian, between Tyler Ladd and Peter Norton. They're going to be coming up to
right
that Rob Horrell CRX. Yeah, you can see there as Peter Norton has closed down what was about a 20-car length difference after Norton had that braking issue going into 10A and 10B. And now Tyler Ladd, the rear end of that BMW Z3, starting to look a little bit on the loose side as he is starting to take, again, very defensive lines to try and hold off Peter Norton's Caterham.
Yes, and while we're watching this battle, let's stay with it, but I will tell you, Blair Deffenbaugh back to the lead in B-Spec. Now Peter Norton tries to make the move on the outside, sticking with it. What a great move. Now the drag race down into turn number 10, or there's a long ways to go. And I will tell you, though, the Caterham doesn't blow the hole through the air like that big BMW does, but the BMW fights back, takes the lead again.
Yeah, so the BMW, Brian, certainly with a lot more straight line speed, it is a much more aerodynamic car than the Lotus is, or the Caterham. Is the advantage of the Caterham because it is hundreds of pounds lighter than that BMW, much more nimble, can brake quite a bit later as well. But we just saw there where Tyler Ladd, and I think that's a good harbinger, Brian, where Tyler Ladd on the last lap, if he's not leading this race, he wants to be right with Peter Norton as they go side by side now in the 1. Wants to be right behind Peter Norton going into turn 7 on that last lap because he can probably out-drag the Caterham down to 10.
Norton back to the lead now, coming out of turn 3, heading down the hill towards the S's. And this has been, we've got several fun battles going on right now on the racetrack. Both E-Production, H-Production, and B-Spec, all
Brian,
with battles going on.
Yeah, Brian, big news here in F-Production. We hadn't been looking at this, but Mason Workman, our defending national champion and pole sitter in the class, just retired the car, just brought the car down the pit lane. That's going to move Ken Kennard in his Acura Integra up to the lead. Chris Bovis in the 2nd, Steven Simons in the 3rd.
All right, we have Blair Deffenbaugh back to the lead in B-Spec, but we're 8 laps to go in this race, Greg. We need to take our break, sadly. Let's get this one in, and hopefully we'll get the green flag coverage all the way to the finish.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with a Summit Racing app.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racehex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2025 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from across the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 23 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Attention in the paddock, Spec Miata drivers. Race Group 7, please head to the grid. Spec Miata drivers. Race Group number 7, please start heading to the grid now.
Back here at Road Atlanta, we're taking an eye right here. There is your new H production leader, Chuck Mathis. Right behind him is Jesse Prather, and a little further back, Steve Sargis. Also, while we were in that break, in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt took the lead for the first time in this race. He's a guy who loves Road Atlanta, but look at this battle in H production now. It is Jesse Prather one more time to the point. He is around Chuck Mathis as they come down the hill from 12 and going towards start-finish line with 6 to go right now.
All right, Brian, we got a car off. That is the, I think it's the number 50 car.
No, it's still there. It's still there.
Yeah, and there he is, off on the side of the track.
Peter Norton.
Right, Peter Norton. That was your one-time leader, overall leader in E-Production. So that has really now opened things up for Tyler Ladd in his BMW Z3 as we jump back to this battle in H production. Chuck Mathis, yesterday's winner and new track record holder, getting around the defending national champion Jesse Prather as we have 5 laps remaining. Mathis goes wide.
And that's going to be a big deal because I don't think they can leave that car there under a full course yellow. And Jesse Prather may have just made the move for the lead here, which may win him this race with that mistake by Mathis. Right now, if you're close to a front car, you got to make some moves because I don't know how long this race is going to stay full course green.
Yeah, and Brian, I'll tell you, yeah, exactly. With Mathis running wide, that may have invited our officials to bring out a full course caution, possibly. I don't know. But also, typically as you're coming into a caution area from the flag station to the incident, there is no passing. But Chuck Mathis, by driving off the course, essentially made it okay for Jesse Prather, who kept his car on course and kept control of the car to go on by. As we jump back to the battle for the lead in B-Spec, where we've got now, there's Tyler Ladd coming around the B-Spec cars. Again, no longer encumbered in that fight with Peter Norton. But it is Josh
Schmidt. Yep, Josh
Schmidt, your leader in B-Spec in that Chevy Sonic. And, you said it, he loves this race course, Brian. He got his first win on the Super Tour, his first majors win in B-Spec here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Just as Justin Deffenbaugh, probably not Justin, Blair Deffenbaugh did 2 years ago. His brother is Justin. Give me a break. All right, and as Blair Deffenbaugh did, but Blair now finds himself all the way back in 4th position, back behind Chris Taylor, back behind Gail Corley.
Wow, this action is just crazy at the moment. Schmidt still your leader in B-Spec. Right behind him is Taylor and Corley. They're coming up on Chris Albin and Mark Webber in that Miata there up front.
And Brian, also looks like Andrew Wright in the 07 Triumph Spitfire, the black Spitfire, or actually one of 2 black Spitfires in the field. He has brought his car onto the pit lane. Looks like his race is now done.
Jesse Prather still holding on to that lead in H production while we watch this B-Spec race here. There is, that is Josh Schmidt there, right there coming to your screen, right behind him. Chris Taylor, then Gail Corley. There's your leader overall, Tyler Ladd, that just came to our screen as well. A lot of stuff here.
I've got record boy Rob Miles in the chats backing me up a little bit there, producer Brendan. He says, so many Deffenbaughs, so little time.
Exactly. Oh, there was a big tank slapper. How that car kept off of either tire wall, I have no idea. Woo! That was close.
And Justin Defenbaugh, who actually is in the chat, says dropping back to fourth is something he'd actually do. Yes.
Wow.
At least I didn't say his mom was behind the wheel, because she's in the chat too, I'm sure.
There's your B-Spec lead coming down the hill. Oh, is that what's going on? We're getting some moisture, it looks like, and that may be affecting these cars at the moment. We'll see which car has. Thankfully it's late in this race. His tires are hot, so it should be too bad unless we get a huge downpour. But it's certainly going to cause a little bit of slipperiness here. We also have to remember that the production cars, they're on a slick tire, and our B-Spec cars, they're on a treaded tire, which will help the B-Spec cars just a little bit here. If we do get some rain, it's going to affect these production cars even more.
And there you go. There you go, Patricia Defenbaugh. That is Blair's mom and also Justin's mom. She is indeed in the chat. So thank you. Thank you. We've got the whole clan here.
Now,
I wonder if Laura Defenbaugh, who is Blair's wife, is in the chat as well.
If there is some moisture on the racetrack, you're going to see these B-Spec cars start catching the F production cars, or all of the production cars.
Yeah, Brian, we've only got, if anything, a just slight drizzle here, and really even for the production cars that are running a true slick that don't have any kind of real tread to them, and really the B-Spec cars, they've got just little sipes on them. They're not going to do any real water evacuation. The fact is that many of them are front drive, which would help.
Right.
But I don't think at this point, unless the sky's really open in the next 2 minutes or so, that we're going to really see any effect here as the race goes on. And you can tell most of the B-Spec cars, which do have windshield wipers, they're not using them right now. I mean, there's very little coming down.
All right, let's look at our top three in E production. Tyler Ladd, Doug Piner, Bill Miller. Now our top three in F production, Ken Kennard, Chris Bovis, and Steven Simons. Then you've got your H production top three is Jesse Prather, Chuck Mathis, and Steve Sargis, putting on a pretty good show as well there. And then here is our battle for the lead in B-Spec. Your first place car, that silver car, is the Chevy Sonic and Josh Schmidt. The orange car, Chris Taylor in the Mazda 2. Then you got Gail Corley in another Mazda 2 right behind him. That is 1, 2, and 3 with 2 laps to go. Here they come through turn 1. I think these cars are going to try to, if I were them, stay where they're at until the final lap. Maybe turn 10, another good spot. If they can get close enough, right now, Chris Taylor's not close enough to make a move on Josh Schmidt, just too far away, even for a late break. He's going to have to work his way back to that back bumper to have any shot here. Josh Schmidt methodically worked his way up to the front in this B-Spec, and since he's been at the front, has not put a tire wrong here. Now you see Chris Taylor getting a little bit closer through 5, so his car works a little bit better through the S's, which would make sense. They say that Chevy Sonic is the semi-sarcastic big bore car here.
Yes, exactly.
It's got a couple of extra tenths of liters. This is a 1.8 liter Sonic versus the 1.6 liter Mazda 2s. So
and Brian, we've got the white flag in the air now for Tyler Ladd, who's just crossed the start-finish line. Just one more lap remaining for him. Also, you know, we've got sister-in-law Erica Defenbaugh in the chat as well. That I didn't know how far removed from Blair I had to go. I figured covering.
The Defenbaughs are like rabbits. They just keep popping up everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Here we go.
Hey, Erica, do you know of any of Blair's like fourth cousins that we can check her in the chat?
Here come. There's the B-Spec cars coming through. And I think if we stick with this shot long enough, we're going to see the battle for second E-Pod with Doug Piner. There it is right there. The green car is Doug Piner in second place. Right behind him is Bill Miller. That's battle for second place in E production right there. There's Ken Kennard. That's your F production leader in this shot as well, in that beautiful orange Acura. That car also prepared by Jesse Prather Racing.
It is now, absolutely, and has Jesse Prather motor in it. That car, besides winning a national championship behind with that driver behind the wheel. Also, 2 former national championships with a gentleman named Mark Carpenter. Took those wins at Road America. But great fight there for second in F production, or pardon me, in E production there, pardon me, with Doug Piner, as the B-Spec racers are coming out of turn 7 now. But our leader, Brian, Tyler Ladd.
There he is, coming through 12, under the start stand, checkered flag in the air. And there is your race leader in E-production, your race winner, Tyler Ladd. Here comes the B-Spec cars now, down the hill here towards turn 10. A nice little gap there for Josh Schmidt. If he can just negotiate these final few corners just fine, he will be in really good shape.
And Brian, look at this drag race between Piner and Miller coming down the hill as well. Miller with position coming into the corner, but they come right up onto Blair Deffenbaugh, who ends up sitting right between the 2 cars. And it looks like Doug Piner is going to be able to hold off Bill Miller and take second place in E-production.
Yes, that is what's happening in E-production. There is your race winner, Josh Taylor, across the line, or Josh Schmidt across the line, with Chris Taylor in second and Gail Corley coming in third here in B-Spec. There is, and there is Ken Kennard, your winner in F production as well, all crossing the line within a few car lengths of each other.
All right, can we take a look? Do we already have our H production racers come across the line? And I think they're coming down the hill right now, Brian.
Yep, there they are. That is Jesse Prather in the blue Mazda, followed by Chuck Mathis. So it's a flip-flopping yesterday. Yesterday, it was Mathis and Prather. Today, Prather and Mathis, 1-2 in H production.
And Brian, we also have a new track record set in H production. Chuck Mathis, remember, reset it yesterday at a 141.624. Jesse Prather turns a 141.089, so knocks almost 6/10 off of Chuck Mathis's record here today. So again, recapping in H production, Jesse Prather, Chuck Mathis, Steve Sargis finishing in third, with Chris Albin just off the podium in fourth. In E production, Tyler Ladd, Doug Piner, Bill Miller with John Bauckham coming home in fourth. In F production, Ken Kennard with Chris Bovis finishing second, Simons third, Mark Webber finishing fourth, and then finally in B-Spec, Josh Schmidt with Chris Taylor second, Gail Corley finishes third, and Blair Deffenbaugh finishes in fourth. So let's make a final call to the grid for our last racers of the day. Attention in the paddock, final call to the grid for race group number 7, Spec Miata. Drivers, please head to the grid now. Your race is next. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid.
All right, if you folks think that was fun, do not leave. Go pop yourself some popcorn, get yourself your favorite beverage, because the next race is almost always a barn burner. Spec Miata's next. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We're back here at Road Atlanta, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the final race of the weekend, and we are ready to get going here. Spec Miata's next. Greg, you've got a little bit of an update and then some starting lineups for us.
Yeah, a couple of things, and actually, I want to thank a couple production racers. Of course, Brian Lynn in the chat. Also, Eric Prill, who's right upstairs. A couple other folks. I said Chuck Mathis took the H production. That Jesse Prather reset the H production track record here at Road Atlanta today. That was incorrect. Actually, Steve Sargis, who finished third today, retook the track record, set it at a 140.458. So congratulations to him. Also, although it probably isn't consolation for how the race ended for him, Peter Norton, our new E-production track record holder at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, resetting the track record to 134.415. About 4/10 faster than Jesse Prather's previous track record set back in 2021. All right, Brian, so we've got our Spec Miata racers heading out on the field behind that beautiful Chevy Corvette pace car. Our pole sitter today, driving the number 0 machine. He's out of Newburgh, New York. It's Sean Noonan. Starting to his left will be Chuck McTudis, driving the number 68, or probably the 66 Mazda Miata. He's from Little Mountain, South Carolina. With Skip Brock Jr. driving the number 61 car. He's out of Birmingham, Alabama. He starts third. Skyward Cottrell will start on the outside of row number 2, driving the number 9 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia, and he starts fourth. Starting fifth, James Newell, driving the number 70 Mazda Miata in the car that is brand new to him. Apparently picked it up on Thursday, and he at one point set the fastest lap during qualifying. He's out of Old Hickory, Tennessee, starting in fifth. Starting sixth, driving the number 89 Spec Miata from Arlington, Texas, it's Matt Stretch. Max Stallone, another one of our camera cars here today, driving the number 03 Mazda. He's out of Lakeway, Texas, and starts 7th. Starting 8th, yesterday's winner and defending national champion in Spec Miata, driving the number 72 car from Shelton, Connecticut, Ethan Goulart. Travis Wiley, driving the number 77 car. He starts 9th today, and he's from Mooresville, North Carolina. Scotts Bluff, Nebraska's Dan Williams will start 10th today in the number 28 machine, with Bobby Gossett on the inside of row number 6, starting 11th. He drives the number 44 car and is from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Will Robinson will start 12th today, driving the 151 Mazda. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. With Jarrett Jones starting in 13th position. Jarrett is driving the number 86 car. He's from Atlanta, Georgia. Then we've got Justin Gravitt from Austin, Texas. Justin starts on the outside of row number 7 in 14th position. He drives the 52 car. Driving the 62 car and starting 15th, we've got Olivier Piatek, and Olivier is from Duluth, Georgia. Seminole, Florida's Christian Meyer will start 16th today, driving the number 92 car, with Matt Novak in the 11 machine, starting 17th. Matt is from Bartlett, Illinois. Jose Olfe is from Greenville, South Carolina. He drives the number 19 car, but for some reason starts 18th. With our 19th starter driving the 166 car from Chandler, Arizona, Scott Phillips. Joseph Federo is from Austin, Texas. He's driving the number 121 machine, and he starts on the outside of row number 10. Brian, over to you for the start.
What a great lineup of Spec Miatas coming down the hill from 12, going under the start stand. Green flag in the air. 35 Spec Miatas barreling down towards turn 1. Will 35 Spec Miatas come out the other side? We'll know in just a second here. Here they come, 2 and 3 wide through 1. And look at that. What a beautiful sea of different colors. All Spec Miatas up over the hill. So far, so good. Nice clean start here for Spec Miata. Hopefully I haven't spoken too soon.
All right, Brian. Yeah, I was going to say there, and it pretty much the way they were gridded up. Sean Noonan, who's in that black and red machine, and there you go. And
hopefully he stays off the racetrack.
Brian, that's one of the Wheels America cars, and that might be our camera car again, Max Stallone, possibly either he or Logan Stretch.
Yep.
And yep, indeed. And those downhill S's, that was his downfall yesterday, Brian, as he had issues there, ended off at a driver's wall, driver's left, was able to keep the car under control there. Drivers right that time and get the thing back underway, but just has been really a weekend to forget, at least in Spec Miata. He raced real well in STL here both race days, as our leaders Noonan and McTutis make their way down the back straight. Now yesterday, Ethan Goulart, as we mentioned, took the win, worked his way up from 11th position. But what a great finish. One, to see Goulart work his way all the way up. But we had Chuck McTutis and Skip Brock Jr. side by side through turn 12 on the very last lap, as Chuck McTutis was able to slide by, was in third going into turns 10A and 10B right here with just two turns to go, and was able to slide by Skip Brock Jr. at the finish to take second place as our leaders complete lap number 1.
After lap 1, your race leader Sean Noonan, followed by McTutis, Skylar Cottrell, Skip Brock Jr., Ethan Goulart, yesterday's race winner, is in 5th. Matt Stretch, James Newell, who was in the chat earlier today, is in 7th. Danger Will Robinson's in 8th. And Daniel Williams 9th. Travis Wiley is in 10th. Here they come over the hill, down turn 3, back towards the S's. A little 4-car slight breakaway early here. 5-car, it looks like. Is that 6? No, 5-car breakaway early on here.
Yeah, I don't have enough figures there to check, Brian. At least not on one hand. It's Noonan, McTutis, then going a little wide there. I think that was actually Skylar Cottrell taking to the dirt. We got Skip Brock Jr. Skip Brock is in the yellow and blue machine there, trying to come down the inside of Chuck McTutis. Not able to get that S done, but in doing so, that's backing that first group up a little bit there, as I believe that's James Newell in the 70 car with the yellow headlights and the yellow little flash on the hood. The old Elvin Goulart car, the number 70 machine, of course, it's twin, driven by Ethan Goulart, who is now moved all the way up into 5th position.
Here the two cars now side by side again, going into turn 10. All of this side by side action allowing, big brake lock up there. Look, that car was able to stay off the back bumper of the car in front of them as they come into 10A and 10B. Now they're going to come down the hill. Our 5-car pack, now a 7-car pack here as they come across the start-finish line at the end of lap number 2.
And Brian, that big brake lockup came from the 19 car. That was Jose Olfe in that yellowish machine, getting very aggressive here, trying to make passes both in turn 12 and now in turn 1 as he slots past Olivier Piatek in that light blue number 62 machine. So, Brian, as this is starting to get underway, during our break, we had Danny Stain in the chat saying he wanted our predictions for this race. Okay, and he says again, he is absolutely egging us on. After the race starts, he says, come on, Greg and Brian, what's your prediction? So, as I told Brian, and I told the production staff here with DriversEye Live, Danny, I am a huge, huge fan of Rocky IV. Okay. And in Rocky IV, one of the press corps asks Clubber Lang, that was played by Mr. T, what his prediction for the fight with Apollo Creed was, and he said, "I predict pain." And that's my prediction for this race. I don't know who's going to endure that pain, but we got Skip Brock Jr. now up into 2nd place, right behind our pole sitter Sean Noonan. Now Noonan yesterday had some challenges over at turn 5, much like we saw racers have challenges at turn 5 in the SMX race. Brian ran a little wide while trying to protect the lead and ended up working his way back up to finish the race in 5th position yesterday, as Skip Brock Jr. now slices his way, at least temporarily, to the lead here in Spec Miata.
All right, so unlike Greg, I am not going to wuss out on the prediction. Ethan Goulart has won every SCCA Spec Miata race he's entered this year, and until he doesn't win a race, I am not going to bet against him. So I'm keeping my eyes on the young kid, the defending national champion, but there's a lot of racing to go here as we get with 17 to go here as they cross the line, go up over the hill here, and we have a new race leader, Skip Brock Jr., taking the point here as we go over the hill and down towards the S's.
And of course, Jim Drago has to correct me in the chat. It was with Clubber Lang and Mr. T. That was Rocky III. Ivan Drago, the Russian boxer, played notably by non-Russian Dolph Lundgren, was Rocky IV.
That's right. And
But the
Jim
quote
Drago
came
would
from
know
Rocky
about
III.
Drago.
That's right. Yeah, Dragos would know about Dragos.
That's right. Here we go. Look at the little bit of lead that Skip Brock Jr. has over the second place car is Sean Noonan. That won't last very long is my guess. Those cars will be able to gap back up to that first place car. But look at that. It is pretty much the first 30 cars, well, maybe first 20 cars here, all right together. And it is just crazy how tightly managed these Spec Miata cars are, especially at the front. But usually, look at all these quality cars here at Road Atlanta this weekend.
Yeah, and Brian, we had Dan Williams and Jarrett Jones at 28 and the 86. They were side by side coming out of turn 7, and I think that's actually still them side by side as they race down the hill with Bobby Gossett in the 44 machine trying to follow through. And right behind him, there's Jose Alfe moving up a position. I think he gets around Will Robinson to move Alfe up in the 12th position right behind that trio of Williams, Jones, and Gossett.
Ethan Goulart now up to 3rd place as Sean Noonan tries to make the move going into turn 1 side by side with Skip Brock Jr. and not able to finish it off right there. But that opens the door for Ethan Goulart coming up the hill, going towards trying to get into 2nd place here. He's in a good spot track position-wise as he gets into the top of the S's, and that will be Goulart to 2nd, trying now to get to the back bumper of Skip Brock Jr. Skip Brock Jr. taking advantage of that situation, opening up a 3 or 4 car length lead. Still not enough to not be worried about those cars behind him. Those cars, 4 or 5 cars, will be able to pack up together and still keep close enough to Skip Brock Jr. as they continue on working. 15 laps here to go in this race.
And Brian, from the looks of it here, he's right outside the front tower, getting a few little, I don't want to call them droplets. It's like just a small little mist starting to come down. Yes, a spritzel or spitzel or Spätzle or something. I don't know, something like that.
Spätzle. Now you're making me hungry.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I wonder if I can make some Spätzle with my pulled pork sandwich tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Skip Brock Jr., as you mentioned. He opened up a little bit of a gap, but as we saw in the SMX race a little bit earlier today, because of the very long straightaway here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it doesn't take much to eliminate that 2 to 3 car length advantage. And so we have Sean Noonan. Actually, that is not Sean Noonan. I think that's Ethan Goulart now. He's moved up into 2nd place ahead of Sean Noonan. Now drafting right back up to Skip Brock Jr., then with Noonan in 3rd, Skylar Cottrell. Travis Wiley now sitting in 5th position. Wiley, yeah.
We've got Ethan Goulart making the move now, going into turn 1. He's going to take over the point with 14 to go. Up over the hill, that is your defending national champion, the youngest ever national champion in the SCCA, Ethan Goulart, 15 years old, leading this race at Road Atlanta.
All right, so as I was saying, Travis Wiley now started 9th, now moving up in the 5th position in that number 77 machine. So right in the middle of that first pack. And of course, he's pulling Chuck Matutis, who started on the outside of the front row, now sits 6th, as well as Matt Stretch in the Wheels America, the number 89 machine, right at the tail end of that pack. And it is now don't look now, but James Newell in the number 70 machine. He's kind of sitting as a bit of a bridge right now between Matt Stretch and Dan Williams, but he's closing up ground to our lead pack. All it's going to take, Brian, one more pair go side by side in the 10A, 10B, and that whole second pack, they're going to be right there with our leaders.
That is true, and it is not hard to go from 1st to 5th here in a heartbeat if you don't do something right. That pack behind Ethan Goulart would be very happy to drive right by him and get him to the back of the pack. I've seen it happen so many times, but right now, holding station, no problems going through 10A, 10B. Nice straight line, Goulart, but right there at his back bumper is Brock Jr.
Well, and Brian, just as I was talking about James Newell being able to work as a bridge between the two groups, we have Dan Williams in the Burgundy 28 and Jose Alfe outbreak Newell going into 10A. They now take over 7th and 8th positions and move Jose Alfe back into 9th.
Jacqueline Cottrell in the pack, in the chat, rooting on Skyler, says, "Let's go, Sky." Here they come across and through the top part of the S's. No big changes up front. It's still Goulart, Brock Jr., Noonan, and that's Skylar Cottrell in fourth. All the cars coming up over the line. A couple of them, actually, one of them has some wipers on, so there's definitely some moisture out there.
That's Skip Brock Jr. in second position, and you can see there, and maybe it's like Jim Drago turning on his left turn signal or something. Maybe he ended up hitting the wiper stalk by mistake, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. He hasn't gone to turn them off,
right?
So maybe he only just has like a secondary switch to turn them on and off, but he's the only one at the moment that's running them. I would think that as these drivers are sitting in the draft, Brian, probably the cars in the middle of the pack probably not getting a lot of the rain on the windshield. Yeah, more and more do. Again, here on the front straight, and when you talked earlier about how that other end of the course usually will get the rain first, haven't seen much of anything here on the front straight.
Here they come up the hill now again. As you can see, a couple more cars have those windshield wipers moving, and now we've got some action here as a couple of cars take a peek out. That's good news for the cars up front. That's going to create a little bit of gaps here.
All right, Brian, and Jose Olfe makes up another position, getting around Dan Williams to move him up into 8th position, and he's got Matt Stretch just ahead. Actually, probably around 10, 11 car lengths ahead as he's now, as Olfe now leads that second race group.
And with heat in these tires and heat in the racetrack, it's going to take a good bit of rain to really cause a lot of problems here. So, and with only 12 laps to go, we probably will be in good shape. But we've seen rain pop up here really hard, really quickly, too, over the years. So, big off there.
Yeah, and that big off, that comes from, I believe, Brian, that was actually the, it wasn't obviously not the Goulart car. I believe that was Skylar Cottrell in the number 9. He was sitting right behind Sean Noonan that he went bounding over the grass. We'll see here as things starting to stretch out. But look at this as we now have, I think, moving up just a little bit, Dan Williams in the 28 machine, starting to make a move towards that front group as we now have a bit of a push here going on, and it is Sean Noonan in the 0 car, your pole sitter today. He's gotten right behind
big problem.
Ethan
One
Goulart.
of those cars spun at the top of the hill there. That was one of your lead pack.
We'll get the number on that car in a second, but now moving to the lead again, Ethan Goulart with Skip Brock Jr. Let's see if we can pick that up.
Figure that out in just a second.
And it was the 09 car, Brian, I think that had gone around.
Okay.
Actually, the 0 car, no, Sean Noonan.
Yeah.
Sean Noonan, your pole sitter, was the car that encountered the problem. Now, remember, I just talked, he was in the middle of pushing Ethan Goulart down the middle lane when the car let go. And luckily, nobody else in that lead pack was really affected. There, as we've got Goulart, Brock, Wiley, who now moves up into 3rd position with Skylar Cottrell in the number 9 behind Chuck McCudis now in 5th, Matt Stretch in 6th. Olfe kind of all by himself there, that yellow car sitting right between, in the gap between these two packs. Olfe sitting in 7th with Dan Williams in 28, leading the next group through.
Yeah, that looked like a bump draft gone bad there, and I had someone in the chat asking if these tires went out on slicks. There's a slight tiny bit, but there's really no tread on these cars. I think the difference is dry tire versus wet tire, and I can't imagine anybody went out on a wet tire for this race with the conditions where we started, so I'm pretty certain every car on the racetrack is on the dry tire. That would have been a big gamble to do that. 11 to go here. Ethan Goulart still your number 1 car here, right behind him, Skip Brock Jr. That's a good place to be as we get deeper into this race. And if those two could work together, they could start to drive away a little bit.
Todd Lamb, former Spec Miata racer, Grand Am, and IMSA driver, says Danny Stain would have chosen wet tires.
There you go.
I still remember a race at Road America, I think for the June Sprints a number of years ago, where Danny Stain was one of the only drivers to go out on wets. He opened up about a 1.5-minute lead, and then that lead totally disappeared at the end of the race. But great fight going on here as it is still, it's still a car fight for the lead there in our lead pack. Jose Olfe got it a little wrong that last time by. We saw him as that bridge between the two race groups, Brian. He now drops back to 9th position and finds himself, oh, we've got another driver off. And that might be the 28 car of Dan Williams. We'll try and get the number.
We'll take a look at that. Let's do this, Greg. We're halfway through this race, 10 to go.
All right.
Let's take a break here, and when we come back, we'll have our final 8 laps in this race.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Summit Racing is a proud partner of the SCCA and its nearly 70,000 members. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information.
All right, we're back here at Road Atlanta. While we were gone, 2 lead changes. Skip Rock Jr. took the lead from Ethan Goulart, and then Ethan Goulart took the lead back here, coming back to the camera.
Indeed, and right behind him there. And the question has been who's going to push who to the lead here, Brian? And we now have side-by-side the battle for third. Skyra Cottrell right alongside Travis Wiley. Cottrell at the line was marginally in front of Travis Wiley. Chuck McTudis right there as well in the number 66 machine, and the outlier Matt Stretch a little bit further behind. Jose Olfe has made his way around Sean Noonan and James Newell, and as we went to break, we saw that car off running on the outside right here at the outside of turn number 3. That indeed was the 28 machine. He has managed to continue on, but now Dan Williams finds himself all the way down in 27th position.
Well, that side-by-side action on the front straight going into turn 1 and for the battle for third has allowed Ethan Goulart and Skip Brock Jr. to open up a big gap between themselves and that third-place car. And that is really good news for those 2 cars. Not so good news for the 4 cars behind them here. Let's take a quick second here. Can we show? Oh, look at that. Looks like it's raining hard right there. If we could pick up our in-car camera real quick and see where the rain is, we should be seeing that car coming through this section right now. Look at the amount of rain that's coming down right here as they come through 7. Hopefully he can keep it on the racetrack here. And he does. That's good news, but wow, it's starting to come down a little bit harder. All right, let's go back to our leaders now. They should be coming in. There they are. They're negotiating that this just fine.
Yeah, and of course, Brian, one of the things to take into account here is the rain starts to come down, and as the track starts to get a little more slick, and you can see there where Wiley, and I believe that's McTudis with them now, and that's Sean Noonan Probably not Noonan. I'm sorry. That is James Newell in the 70 machine going through the gravel trap there in that brand new car as he runs wide. But as we had, Skylar Cottrell and Charles McTudis come through turn 10A and 10B, it was, I believe it was the 77 machine, a Wiley, who had issues there at turn 10. But as the track starts to get a little bit more damp, remember that entrance to 10A, as you come down the hill, that compression braking zone has been one of the prime passing areas in Spec Miata in almost every other class that we've watched here race this weekend. And it's going to be, it's going to be a little slick. The drivers are going to be much more tentative going into the braking zone, and it might remove, as we've got a driver off driver's right.
Wow. What a save. I think there might be some rearrangement on the right side of that car, but he was able to keep it going and straight.
Yeah, and Brian, we're starting to see at this section of the track, starting to see some rooster tails coming off the back of the tires here. And again, remember these tires, and to the point where a DOT tire will have a very, very narrow, and we're talking about, like a less than a quarter of an inch, about an eighth of an inch max width tread. And in the case of these Hoosier SM 7.5s, it doesn't go all the way around the tire. There are little sipes like every foot or so around the diameter of the tire. They're not going to be evacuating a lot of water whatsoever. They're just barely different from like a true slick.
Right, and one thing we want to really keep an eye on here is the first part to become very slippery here is going to be all the painted curbs. So, and if they continue to use them in these wet areas, that is a big, big danger point here all around this racetrack. So we've got to keep a real close eye on that and see who can keep going and keep away from those curbs as this gets wetter and wetter, if that's exactly what happens. Looks like it's the turn 6, 7 area, maybe down to turn 10 is where most of the moisture is. Spectator Hill has some light showers, according to Aaron Hornbuckle, who's up on Spectator Hill right now.
Right here, right at turn number 5. So yeah, that whole the raised portion of the racetrack, the highest portions of this track, encountering the rain right now. And we'll see here again is now one of our drivers runs very wide through turn 5. And again, the earlier you turn in, that's going to push you wide. Most of the drivers there already had the steering wheel, Brian, straightened up as they got to the curbing. And there it's going to be incredibly important that they're not putting any load on those right side tires in order to be able to continue through there. Where it's going to be a challenge is we're actually right here at turn 7, where the cars are already leaning on those tires very, very hard in order to get around what is, in the end, the slowest apex and quarter on the track.
Here comes your leaders again now into turn 10, trying to see if they're staying off the curbs. No, they're still using the curbs here, just a little bit, not as much as they had been, but they are making their way through there. Everybody seems to have a pretty good handle on it at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of that, Brian, is coming through 10A and 10B. A fairly late turn-in that when you're using the curb there, at least in 10A on driver's left, you've almost got the car straightened back up and you're setting to go back the other direction and turn right for turn 10B. So the curbing probably, at least in that middle section, won't be that drastic. The bigger issue is going to be whether drivers end up hitting the curb at the apex and run wide drivers left on exit.
Props to Skip Brock Jr. not giving any let up here on the kid, Ethan Goulart, up front. He is doing a great job of keeping straight and keeping, both of them doing great jobs of keeping the cars pointed straight, but not a moment of rest time for Ethan Goulart. Skip Brock Jr. right there, keeping him honest all the way through this middle section of the race. Coming up on 5 laps to go here. At some point, it's going to be go time. I'm thinking wait till the last lap, because that tends to be the best way things work around here.
Well, Brian, again, and if the rain continues to come down over at that end of the course, and if it continues to get more damp over at 10A, 10B, like I said earlier, where that compression braking, that threshold braking in the 10A might become more difficult, it might make sense to try and make the move there earlier before the conditions continue to degrade, making it harder for whoever the trailing car is to make the pass.
The other thing to keep in mind is anytime during this last 5 laps, we could have someone go off and pull out a full course yellow here, and you don't want to be the second place car when that happens. If you think you can hold off the leader, you want to make the move maybe a little bit sooner, just because we just don't know what the situation is going to be over the next 5 laps. It's not hard to imagine something causing us to have this race end under yellow, but we hope it doesn't happen. But, you know, got to be thinking about these types of things. See them staying off all of the curbs there in turn 1. There we come up over the hill now, down towards the S's. Again, staying off the curbs there, nicely done. That battle for 3rd place also pretty tight as well, kind of same situation.
And Brian, as you can see here, our leaders, Ethan Goulart and also Skip Brock Jr. starting to come up on a few slower cars as well as they make their way down towards turn 5. They're going to be coming up on the number 194 car and the 6th car next. That's Gavin Wardle. Also, I believe Alfred Wingo in the 108 machine. They're just in front of us on the shot.
Yeah, that is exactly the case. 4 laps to go. Going to be 3 next time by. Trying to see, we haven't lost a lot of tracks time either. Last time by, Ethan Goulart put down a 143.2, fast lap for the race of 142.8. So there's not so much dampness as that they're slowing down a whole lot either.
Yeah, that's right. The qualifying time, Noonan had set the pole with a 142.848. So pretty darn close at the moment. Only about 4/10 off of those times. All right, as they get by the 194 machine there, as they come down the hill.
Skip Brock Jr. seems to be pretty content there on the back bumper of Ethan Goulart. Not seemingly interested in making the move anytime soon. Obviously, if Ethan Goulart makes a mistake, he'll slide right past. But he seems to be real happy there. Same situation with Skylar Cottrell and Chuck Matudis. Chuck seems to be real happy there in 4th place, knowing when it's going to be a good time to make the pass for 3rd and when it's not. So I think there's some strategery going on right now for both the 2nd place and the 4th place drivers here.
All right, as they're coming up on Alfred Wingo now, making the run down towards turn number 6, and they'll probably get the Wingo right after they exit turn 7, probably at the best place possible for those 2 racers. And of course, the following cars, Cottrell and Matudis as well, should likely get to the car before they get to the braking zone at turn 10. You can see there Ethan Goulart using the draft, however, of that slower car as long as possible before he has to pop out, before he goes around Alfred Wingo's machine. And they're going to try and do it right as they come into the braking zone, with the hope that Wingo's going to maybe let off the throttle and let those 2 cars go by from the outside. And indeed he does that. You can see as he now lets the 3rd and 4th place drivers, Cottrell and Matudis, by as well.
And it looks like the rain may have slowed down just a little bit. And if it were continuing, I think we'd start to see a wet line and a dry line forming, but that is not happening anywhere. So I think we're probably going to be pretty good here to get to the finish line here. Lots of excitement could still be ahead here, so don't go away, folks. I know Skip Brock Jr. is going to be looking for a place to make a move here coming up here in the last couple laps. So 2 to go now. Next time by, we'll get the white flag. Leaders, and right behind them is your 2nd and 3rd place car. 3rd and 4th place actually looks like they've made up a little bit of time.
Yeah,
maybe that's just a perception.
I mean, that last time by, they were actually Brian Cottrell was almost the exact same time. They were within a couple hundredths of one another, 4 100ths of one another.
There is 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th right through our screen right now. One more slower car, that yellow one. They're going to get around that on this back stretch, I'm sure. If not right here.
And that is the and that's the 53 machine of Ryan Peterman that they're coming up on now.
They'll try to grab a draft off of him and then pop out here pretty quick. He moves out of the way. Very nicely done. Thank you so much. Aaron Hornbuckle says, track is dry at the S's. Rain is quitting. Good news. Here we go. There's your leaders coming into 10 for the second to last time. I got to tell you, though, Skip Brock Jr.'s got to get closer to that rear bumper. He's not close enough to make the move right now unless he goes all hero mode going into turn 10 the last time under braking.
Yeah, indeed. He's, within, as a car length or car length and a half is the white flag now being displayed, Brian, and just 12 more turns to go. Skip Brock Jr. has to be closer, but you can see there, he stayed in line. He didn't want to show his hand early there as they came down into turn 10A, which again is probably going to be the spot unless Ethan Goulart gets crossed up at turn number 5. He hasn't all weekend long. I don't know why he would now, but it's always a possibility here. But yes, Skip Brock Jr., he's going to have to move now. Brock has been your winner the last 2 years in a row, I believe, at the American Road Race of Champions annual race held here in the fall in late October, early November. Of course, coming off of that win, would like to take a Super Tour win this weekend as well. Had a strong weekend in Sebring to kick off the Super Tour season. And there you take a look. He takes a quick look to the inside going into 7, Brian, and thinks better of it and decides to try to catch speed. We've got a car off. Yeah, we saw Brock coming out of turn 7, Brian, and indeed, Skip Brock Jr., whatever might have been, there he is now. He is now running in second place, but he is much further back from Ethan Goulart, and it looks to be like Goulart's going to run the table here.
Yeah, and Skylar Cottrell is trying to make a move on Skip Brock Jr. here going into 10. Ethan Goulart's going to have an easy one. Oh, they touch side by side. That opens the door. It's going to be Chuck Matudis to second place now. Who's going to come and put it together? It looks like Skip Brock Jr. is going to end up crossing the line here. This may end up being adjudicated in the tech shed afterwards. Checkered flag is in the air.
Indeed. So it is Ethan Goulart with the win. Matudis second. Brock third. The same as how we finished up yesterday, Brian. Matt Stretch will bring his car across the line in fourth. Sean Noonan in fifth. Jose Olfe and Skylar Cottrell 6th and 7th. Travis Wiley finds himself, after being as high as 4th position, finishes in 8th, with Jarrett Jones 9th and James Newell rounding out your top 10. But yeah, actually I don't know what to tell you there as they came through 10A and 10B. I don't want to be the one to have to adjudicate it because it was incredibly close there as they exited the chicane there. And unfortunate for the one car there is for Noonan as it allows Matudis to sneak through and finish in second place.
Well, and Skylar Cottrell was in that mix as well. And Skylar Cottrell drops all the way down to 7th place after getting spun there going into 10B. So I don't know if there was contact. It sure looked like it from my view, but they have cameras in all these cars. So I have a feeling that this one will not go official for a little bit of time here.
Probably not. And probably, Brian, I think the biggest question before we wrap up here to ask is what happened to Skip Brock Jr. as they came out of turn number 7.
Right.
He pulled over to driver's right. We thought maybe he had lost a motor. My guess is he missed a shift coming out of 7. Maybe the 2-3. I don't think that these drivers, and I'm sure somebody in the chat will tell me, I don't think they go through turn 7 in second gear. I would think they go through in third gear. I know the 2-3 shift in these Miatas is somewhat tough sometimes, especially when the car is loaded up. But I think he pulled out of the way, expecting that the cars behind were probably going to go right on by him here. So tough finish there for Skip Brock Jr. and it may become tougher for him as this race is now over. So
and before we go, real quick, we should say a shout out to Max Stallone, who spun on the opening lap, worked his way back up to 17th place before all was said and done. What a great drive for him.
Yeah, as he had fallen all the way back, I believe, into the high 20s. Yep. So great job there from Max Stallone. And after having gotten that car repaired after the damage that was done yesterday, I know we've got Bob Stretch and his wife watching, I think from Okinawa this weekend.
Oh, wow.
So they were in the chat this morning for the SMX race. So hopefully hopefully they're excited by what they saw, not only from Max, but also from son Matt, who finished 4th today and I think 6th yesterday. So, oh, pardon me, not 6th yesterday. He finished, where did he finish yesterday? He finished 8th yesterday. All right, so Brian, next on the schedule, as we've said, it is NOLA Motorsports Park, Saturday, March 22nd, Sunday, March 23rd. And want to urge you all to join us there for that event. I know we're going to have a couple of people filling in for me. I think we're going to have, for those of you that like the wonderful, the dulcet tones of Larry Lefty McLeod and also Tom O'Gorman, 2 announcers that announced the national championship runoffs for the SCCA. Tom will be with us on Saturday. Larry will be with us on Sunday, joining Brian all weekend long.
Before we say goodbye, Danny staying in the chat thanking us, but more importantly, Danny, I picked Ethan Goulart and he won. So,
right. And I just and I predicted Payne, and I got it there on the last lap also. So there you go. All right. So for Brian Bielanski, for Jordan Worth, our director, for Brendan Kazmarek, our producer with DriversEye Live, I'm Gregg Ginsberg, and we'll see you in just a few weeks from NOLA.